Okay, we're ready to go. Waiting for the monitor. There we go. Okay. Couple minor technical difficulties, but I think we're live. Welcome, everyone. Today is Tuesday, May 12, 2015. This is our regular City Council meeting at the Veterans Memorial Hall at 6 p.m. And it's located at 209 Surf Street here in Morro Bay. For the record, all council members are present. We do have a quorum. Boy, this mic is sounding loud tonight, but I can back away. That sounds great. And please, if you'd all join me with for a moment of silence. Thank you. We actually did get that moment of silence once that static went away. Thank you. So, and now, Don Maruska, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Don. And the closed session report, no reportable actions from our closed session report. Thank you. And now on to Mayor Council members' reports, announcements, and presentations. I just wanted to put a shout out. Thanks for all the presentations up here. That's very helpful for us to have all that available. Bike Month, Friday at City Park, 7 a.m. is the bike breakfast for those who would like to attend. And then Residential Design Guidelines Workshop, Saturday, May 16th from 1 to 3 here at the Vets Hall. Rightio, thanks, Scott. We got that announced. And then anybody else? Matt, would you like to lead off on any other council announcements?
Sure. From last week's Harbor Advisory Board, a big ticket item was for the commercial fishermen dock fees. The proposed increase, and there was a sizable amount of people who came and expressed their interest in their not being raised. And the Harbor Board just reporting that the Harbor Advisory Board voted not to increase those fees on the commercial fishermen. Let me see, on May 16th, Saturday, May 16th, there is a Safe Boating Expo from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Morro Bay Yacht Club. And this was also brought up at the Harbor Advisory Board. Coast Guard Auxiliary came and spoke to it. But anyway, if you want to bring your boats down, have them inspected. So that is Saturday, May 16th. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Christine.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to, as one of your two liaisons to the Morro Bay Independence Day, 4th of July celebration, Noah Smuckler and I are working on that this year. And I did want to let you know that we are ready to go with our signature daytime events, as you've been used to in the city. So there will be the Morro Bay Mile skateboard race. There will be the bike parade, 4th of July, red, white, and blue bike parade. And the exciting thing about the bike parade this year is we're going to change a little bit of the staging of it, and we're going to lead the bike parade by doing an official ribbon cutting of the Morro Creek Bridge. So we will be meeting on the north side. You'll hear this many times from between now and then, but we'll be meeting on the north side of the creek, which would be near the Morro Dunes RV park. Stage, if you're biking, that's great. Just meet us there. If you're going to drive for some reason, or know out-of-towners who are, then they can park at the Morro Bay High School lot and then just bike up and meet us. So that'll start around noon, and we'll actually have our official bridge ribbon cutting, followed by the parade. So the parade people will be some of the first to cross the bridge, but I should say actually not the first, because the skate race is also going to incorporate the Morro Bridge. So it's going to be used quite a bit on the 4th of July already. So look forward to those two events. Will happen as usual. There will be a full day, noon to 5, activities at Tidelands Park. Noah's working on getting great local live music. We'll have a full day of children's activities. We'll have old-fashioned lawn games for all ages. We're going to have something new this year. It's going to be a participatory art project and a huge public art happening is the only way I can think to describe it. So it'll be something fun and different for us. But I do want to make the announcement that there will not be, at this point, there will not be fireworks this year in Morro Bay. So as you may recall, the 501c3 Morro Bay 4th Inc. is the nonprofit and volunteer community group that was putting on the entire show, including doing all the fundraising for the fireworks. They announced about 8 months ago that they weren't going to continue, and no one has stepped up to fill their shoes. And that is still possible if people would like to join and to perhaps work on this for next year. The 501c3 is still there, and the former committee members would be more than happy to speak with people who would like to step up and produce the day as it was, and pretty much is going to be like it is this year. So we'll have a full complement of our signature daytime events, but we will not be having our fireworks show. So we're starting to spread the word about that and anything you can do to help us. So hopefully we'll see you on the 4th, and if anybody has ideas or would like to volunteer, contact Noah or I. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Christine. John?
Good evening, everybody. Several people have asked me about the dates that the protests may be due for the water rate and sewer rate increase. So I was just going to remind everybody that the city did send out a notice a few weeks ago, and you must file your written protest, no emails, fax, or other electronic means allowed, before the end of the hearing on Tuesday, May 26th. So just a reminder for those that need to follow through on that. Also, Saturday, May 30th, marks the date for the 8th Annual Mermaid and Pirate Parade. Mermaid and Pirate Parade. And kids and parents are invited to don their mermaid, pirate, or creature, I like culture better, costumes and join the fun. The parade will be a half mile along the Harbor Walk from Morro Rock to Dockside 2. Parade sign-ups start at 10 a.m. at Target Rock, where the Harbor Walk begins. There's no registration fee. The parade will start at 10:30 a.m. There will be drawings, prizes, goodies, snacks, and those will be provided for all children participating. This event is sponsored by the Morro Bay Senior Citizens Incorporated and the generosity of Dockside 2. For more info, you can call the Morro Bay Senior Citizens Office at 772-4421. Thank you.
Yeah, just wanted to give City Manager Buckingham the opportunity. Just wanted to give Mr. Buckingham the opportunity to talk about the budget workshop coming up next week. If you wanted to give a little bit of detail on that now or later, whatever you prefer.
We're going to have a budget presentation in just a moment. I'll do it then. That's right. Thanks.
Okay, great. And with that, all presentations from council. Any comments as far as water rates? Any comments there? Seeing none. I think there was some response to some water rates and the protest, but I think John might have covered that. So thanks, John. And with that, we'll move on to public presentations. 10-year budget forecast presentation, Mr. Buckingham.
Great, thank you. And if AGP is right there, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is really a precursor of, thank you, Mr. Smuckler. It's a precursor to the 20 May. That's next Wednesday budget workshop. That's the city's FY16, fiscal year 16 budget workshop. It'll be the first opportunity for both the council and the public to provide input to the staff on the current proposed budget for next year. The city council and the staff went through a lengthy budget forecast, 6 weeks ago now. And for the first time in a while, the city received an exceptional 10-year budget forecast to really give us a picture of the future, and that is going to be very important to us as we go through each budget year coming up. So the purpose of this presentation, I should speed up, is to provide a brief summary of that 10-year budget forecast. So this presentation attempts to synthesize that 3.5-hour discussion into 10 minutes. So I'm going to start talking really fast like this. We are serious about making realistic assessments of where we are and where we need to go. So the bottom line up front, the bluff is, well, here it is. From one perspective, we are up the creek. Some of you may know which creek that is, but the good news is we have a paddle. So the Scottish slang term to be up the creek without a paddle means to be in an undesirable situation. While we may be in an undesirable situation with regard to our long-term fiscal health, we do have a way to get out of it, i.e. we have a paddle. To be clear-eyed about it, our long-term fiscal economic situation is not rosy. However, neither is it catastrophic. The management partners budget forecast has given us a very good view of where we are. We can see ourselves now from an economic fiscal perspective. We have two major issues. Long-term, today's revenues fund less than 75% of the requirement for a full-service city. That's an economic or structural problem. So the current revenues that we have are funding about 3/4 of what we require to provide the full level of service that we should be providing. In the medium term, a little nearer, we anticipate two midterm or 5-year challenges, a recession and a pension contribution spike. Those are fiscal concerns. Those aren't economic structural concerns. Those are things that we see coming because of this budget forecast. So while all that sounds terrible, we are not on the verge of insolvency, and we do have a paddle. What do we need to do? We need to plan, and we believe we need to diversify. A little bit more on all of that. So cash requirements budget or cash-based budget versus a requirements-based budget. Like most cities, Morro Bay has operated on a cash-based budget. We see how much we have, we divvy it up, and that's about all we do. We divvy it up thoughtfully, but what we can't see is what we're not funding often. We don't understand what the requirements are across the city. A requirements-based budget identifies what is required to perform different services, and then we look at what level we're funding those different requirements to, and we have a much better picture. We have a lot more work to do when it comes to a requirements-based budget, but I'm going to go through briefly 4 areas of concern: police ops, fire ops, streets, and capital replacement. So if you look at our police department's budget versus their requirement for patrolmen on the street, that whole pie right there is what the requirement is, i.e. that's how much money is required to have all the patrolmen that we believe we need, not an excess amount, the basic amount to provide services to the city. The red part there is what's not budgeted. So if you do the math there, the police department is 95% funded in this coming fiscal year. That only addresses number of sworn officers on the street. It does not address equipment or admin staff. We'll be working through those things this year. The fire department looks similar. Fire department budget versus requirement, they are funded 92%, and again, that only addresses number of firefighters, not equipment, admin staff, fire marshal, other requirements. But those things are actually pretty good when you consider the previous statement that we are only 75% funded across the city. Here's one that skews those numbers out. So this is our street spending. The red is the part that we are not funding. So we require about $1.5 million a year simply to keep our streets at the pavement condition index of 70. We currently spend $500,000 a year. So we are funding our streets at about 33%. Now, the good news is that we can see this we can start to work through this. It would be probably bad, I'd say it'd certainly be bad, if we were funding our streets at 95% and our fire and police at 33%. So we've got the percentages right here, but we do need to consider how we can start making up some of that red ground so that we can have streets across the city that look like Harbor Street look now, or the 41, or Tascadero Road piece down by the high school with a nice slurry seal, lines, bike lanes, and those things. So streets are funded at 33%. We do not have adequate funding to make our streets progressively better. And in fact, they are getting progressively worse. So if you fund anything at 1/3 of requirement, they will generally be getting worse over time, not better over time. Capital replacement, that's even worse. So capital replacement is the money that we should be saving to replace the bathrooms in the park, replace the police station when it falls down, this building when it needs major maintenance and then replacement. We have historically not funded facility capital replacement at all. The FY16 budget that staff is proposing puts $100,000 out of what is likely a $1 million annual requirement into capital replacement. So the good news is we're going to try to start doing it this year. The bad news is that's a lot of red. And so if you add up just those four categories, and again, we have a lot of other categories to go through as a city, but considering just those four categories, we're about $2.5 million annually upside down. That means that red chunk that represents 1/4 of our budget is we don't have it right now, and we've got to figure out how to get up to about $15 million of annual revenue instead of $12 million. So how do we close the gap? We're about $3 million short on the revenues that we require. Increasing taxes or fees is not the answer. We simply could not do that to make up that gap, nor do we want to do that. Our forecast does include modest increased revenues from TOT, but TOT in itself is not going to close the gap. Our rooms, our room usage rate is close to the practical limit. What could increase TOT would be additional rooms in the city, but simply we cannot think that increased tourism is going to close that gap anywhere near the $3 million it needs to close. So what could close the gap? We need economic revitalization and we need economic diversity. We need to attract businesses that produce multiple head of household jobs. We need to attract businesses that provide some higher end products and services. And we need to revitalize our downtown business district and other business districts to support that kind of economic activity so that we can have streets that look like they should, capital replacement that looks like it should, fire and police operations that are funded, I should say that are manned and equipped as they should be. And none of those things, I hope you'll understand, are extravagant at all projections of a want list. Those things are needs. So the streets are a great example. If we want our streets to continue to deteriorate year over year, then we'll continue to fund them at 33%. If, however, we want to maintain our streets in a basic condition, appropriate condition, the California standard of PCI 70, then we need a significant amount of money that we don't have right now. So that was the long-term or structural challenges. We also have some near-term or mid-term challenges. First, we have a California-wide pension contribution spike that's coming up. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a moment. And we are projecting, because we are now projecting our budget over 10 years, we're projecting a moderate recession. There's going to be a recession coming sometime. So bad news are those two things affect our budget. The good news is we see them coming and we can prepare effectively. There is a CalPERS contribution spike that is coming up. The city tied ourselves to CalPERS many years ago. That is unlikely to change. The CalPERS system is reforming, but there are bumps in the road ahead. Morro Bay, so if you look at the red line and the blue line, that is the increase over the next 3 to 4 years in pension contributions required for the city of Morro Bay. Unlike the rest of the state, though, we have some really good news, and that's those things drop nearly as quick, well, actually more quickly than they increase. So they go up over 3 or 4 years, and then they drop precipitously in a good way back to the current level, and then slowly decline over 30 years. Most California cities have that spike that you see there over 4 years, and they stay at that spiked level for 10 to 15 years. So we are in good shape after about 3 or 4 years, but we need to see that and know that there are going to be increased labor costs in the next 3 to 4 years, and then those are going to come right back down. Recession, on average in the United States since the Great Depression, we've had a recession every 6.5 years. The city is planning for a moderate recession. We're planning for that recession in 2017 as a 5% recession. That recession projection sits on top of the CalPERS spike that I just showed, so we've sort of got a double whammy. We have to deal with both of those things. We may have to deal with both of those things if indeed there's a 2017 recession. The timing and severity of all recessions are guesses. But we're projecting one at about 6.5 years since the last one. But the good news is we're planning on one. So we're looking at this and we're saying we expect to have a recession at some point in the fairly near future. And instead of being surprised by it, we can take prudent action now. So this is what our one of the simplest to see budget forecast charts looks like. This is our most likely budget picture for the next 8 years. And where we are right now is in 2015-16, which is right where those two blue bars are well over the top of the red line. The blue represents our emergency fund reserve, our general fund emergency reserve. That's how much money we have in the bank for a rainy day. The top red line represents the reserve requirement that we currently have set by policy, how much our council has said we must keep in the bank for a rainy day. The lower red line represents the policy reserve recommendation from the Government Financial Officers Association, or sort of the normal recommendation, which is actually 16.5%. But we've set a higher standard for ourselves, which is wise. It's a good conservative thing to do, and it's wise to do for us because we're a smaller city. But this is what our budget forecast looks like for the next 8 years. We will have excess reserve for at the end of this year, and for 2 years. We actually intend to post a small surplus in the next 2 years. But that is so that, remember that recession and that CalPERS spike, that is so that we can weather those two events without severely cutting services, spending less on streets, less on police, fire, whatever. And so you'll note that we're projecting for our emergency reserve to drop a little bit below the 27.5% top red line that we've set for ourselves, but then to grow back toward it. On the left is the chart that I just showed you, what we expect. On the right is the picture if we funded our streets, and only our streets, at the requirement of $1.5 million a year. So what you'll note is that if we tried to spend $1.5 million a year on our streets in order to keep them at a basically good condition, we would go underwater very quickly. And those blue lines, where they start going down, that means we have no money in the bank and we owe money. We are not going to go there. This is the chart, again, the basic chart on the left. This chart shows what happens if the recession is only a minus 2.5% recession instead of the minus 5% recession that we're looking at. You'll note that that actually things look pretty good there, and we're able to weather the storm of the CalPERS spike and a recession quite well. This is what happens if it's a 7.5% recession, not a 5% recession. And what you'll note there is that we still don't drop below the 16.5% reserve requirement that is the GFOA standard. This is what happens if there's a recession in 2019 instead of 2017. What happens is that CalPERS spike and the recession don't sit on top of each other, but they're spread off, and things look pretty good there. And so the conclusion is that we're looking well ahead, and that we can sustain our current level of services over the 5 lean years that we see coming. However, our current services do not meet our current requirements. So at the bottom, to put the missing red piece into the pie, to find an extra $3 million in revenues so that we can have streets that look like 41 in Harbor, so that we can have a fund our depreciation for capital replacement. We need to change, and that change needs to include revitalization and diversification of our local economy and our businesses. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
Great presentation, thank you. And I like the analogy. I would say that not only do we have a paddle, but we have a direction, and we have a team to continue paddling in throughout the time. So I appreciate the presentation. Great forecast for the community and this council. Any questions from council? Christine?
Yeah, thanks very much, Dave. It was great. But where can people find the actual report if they'd like to look at it? This was an edited version, but it is on the, where?
We'll put both this presentation and the fuller PowerPoint presentation on the web under Hot Topics tomorrow.
Okay, and did you mention, I'm sorry if I've just didn't hear, did you say this was through our management partners?
That's correct. So the Management Partners study that you commissioned really has 2 parts. One was a 10-year financial forecast. You've received that. I've just summarized that. And the second part is the organizational study. And we have just received the final draft report. And you are going to receive in person a presentation of the final report at your council meeting 2 weeks from tonight. I'm sorry, at a study session before your council meeting 2 weeks from this afternoon. And then once again, the FY16 budget study session to determine how we're going to spend the 75 cents of the dollar that we need in this coming year is Wednesday night, a week from tomorrow, 6 p.m. here.
Great. I don't think Noah was going to let you get away without having that in there. Matt?
Dave, I appreciate the brevity of this presentation, then leading up to next Wednesday, that building this transparency for everybody who's either watching or in the audience, that understanding these financial times, that people can come, get involved, and be informed. So thank you very much.
Great. Matt? John?
Thanks, Dave, for, again, a great presentation. And just a reminder that this is a follow-up study to the original Management Partners study that was done, I believe, in 2010. Am I correct?
2008?
2008 and 2008, which showed, if you look at that, that the city was in much worse shape with regard to its financial situation, and has improved somewhat. However, obviously there's still some significant needs, and I just wanted to thank this council, being a new council person coming in, for keeping this in front of us and bringing the second opportunity to have an evaluation done forward, so that we could follow up and not end up like a number of cities throughout California that unfortunately have declared bankruptcy, and don't walk away thinking that we're close to doing that. That's not my message, but proactively addressing the needs to become financially viable in the community. So I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, for thank you.
Thanks, John. Noah? No? Okay. Remember, we have a paddle. We're in good shape. All right. Okay, with that, our next presentation, thanks again, Mr. Buckingham. Our next presentation is our LEAP update. Mr. Maruska, welcome back. We've missed you, and we're looking forward to this update.
Okay, well, this is going to sound like it's hand in glove as the city manager clearly presented the mandate for revitalization and diversification of the economy. I'm going to share with you some of the current results on the implementation phase of the LEAP program. And first, I want to congratulate and thank the council for your leadership and the staff, and most of all the community for its engagement on the local economic action plan. This was undertaken and begun actually last fall. So this was in advance of these most recent economic figures, so it reflects the initiative and the proactive efforts of this community to be addressing its economic future. So I'm just going to very briefly give an update about this. You recall that our whole purpose here is how to bring the needs of residents, businesses, and visitors together in a way that builds a sense of community here and builds the economic foundation that's needed. We are in the implementation phase of this, so we've already, the plan has been endorsed by this council, and there is on the website extensive information about the program, and that'll be shown at the end of this presentation so everyone can see where that is, but you can go actually right to the home page and you'll find everything right there. So there are a series of 10 initiatives. The ones that I've outlined in bold here on this list are ones that have some additional progress to report. Some of them are merged together and are combined efforts to yield some results, but I'm just going to quickly give a sense of what some of that progress is, how it's happening, because I think the way it's happening is very important for our future, because it really highlights the leveraging of the public and private efforts, the volunteer efforts of the community. One of them is the street lighting undertaken by the Echo Rotary Group in Morro Bay, Rotary itself, the Morro Bay in Bloom, the Merchants Association, all banded together. Merchants provided contributions for the lights. This was actually done without any city dollars at all, but to make the area more inviting, more engaging, encourage when there are things like the car show for people to stay downtown, do things downtown, see that the place is alive and moving forward. There's an effort to really bring those multiple head of household jobs here. We all know that the Sun Bulletin has remained empty ever since the Sun Bulletin closed. Nothing's really been going on there. It's part of our inventory, commercial inventory, but nothing's been happening. The LEAP team with the city manager, the mayor, and the planning director have been working to figure out how to make that fit, and we're delighted that a locally developed business, Elemental Herbs, is coming forward and going to be occupying that space with an expansion of their business, which is great. You've probably seen their products in many specialty stores around the area, and I've even seen them outside this area. So there was a growing business. It's got good jobs, something that started here. It's able to come back here, which is what they wanted to do, and the city's been flexible and innovative to figure out how to make that happen. So that's an example of several things coming together. The LEAP team, the commercial inventory, and the effort to find and attract, with outreach efforts, desirable businesses. So several of the initiatives are really coming together to make that work. Also, this council's taken action to begin the planning for how to have a marine science and education center. Is great. The real theme for Morro Bay is we're a small community, so we've got to collaborate to make things happen. We can't just do it with one paddle. Just like one paddle doesn't make a canoe go. You just go in circles with one paddle. So this is an opportunity to figure out how can we bring in Cal Poly, how can we bring in the Nature Conservancy, how can we bring Morro Bay National Estuary Program, each of which have streams of funding from other sources, along with the desire for tourism and a top-flight aquarium facility, and create the opportunity for something special here for our visitors, for our residents, and something to bolster the economy. So this is, again, an example of a number of those LEAP initiatives coming together with the active leadership of your council to help this get into planning and get this moving forward and get something that could be a real gem and an even brighter gem for our waterfront area. The boatyard evaluation's going forward as well. That's another potential economic engine, especially if it can be combined with other opportunities to make this a more attractive area. We're losing business to other communities that have seaside facilities for helping yachts and boats and commercial vessels get under repair and be brought back into service. So this is the way to bring some money back here. This actually could be spent here right now from the resources that are present. So all of this, these are just some highlights and some examples. Encourage people to go to the website. You can read some more details. This presentation will be there. And if people would like to get involved, encourage them to contact me or through the city offices, and we'll get you involved in helping to move Morro Bay's economy forward. And thanks so much for all your support.
Great, Don. Thanks for all you've done for us. Thank you. Any question from council on presentation at that point? Okay, great. Appreciate the presentation, Don. Thanks very much. At this point, we can move on to public comment, but we do open a public comment with a business spot, and Chelsea Cutler is our business spot of the week. Welcome. Please come forward and let us know what's happening.
Sorry, I'm short, so gotta move that down. Hi, I'm Chelsea Cutler. I own Blissful Blossoms. That's at 898 Harbor Street. Or I'm sorry, it's Main Street. It's on Harbor. Number C. I just opened in January, and I have been doing flowers for about 5 years now. Just opened the storefront, so I specialize in special orders, bouquets, weddings, any events that anyone has. Yeah, so I have a website if you would like to go ahead and go to that and check out my work and read a little bit about my business, about myself. That's at blissfulblossoms.slow.com. And definitely stop by the shop and take a look. I've got some other items in there as well. But yeah, mostly specializing in flower bouquets, weddings, and other larger events. Yeah, so thanks for having me.
Great, Chelsea. Thanks for being here, and welcome.
Great shop, and I thought she specialized in city manager comes in late Friday night looking for a save before Mother's Day, and she produces, so thanks.
I had someone ask me what hours I'm open. I am open from Monday to Saturday from 10 to 5. Is 805-776-5067.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chelsea. And thanks, Bob. All right, everybody's helping out. All right, and with that, thanks for kicking off our public comment. And for that, public comment is open for anybody who'd like to speak to items not on the agenda. Please come forward. And for those of you who can't stay late and need to speak to an item, you're welcome as well. But this is typically items not on the agenda. Public comment is open. Welcome, Susan.
Good evening. I'm Susan Stewart, business owner and resident. I almost feel guilty bringing this up after the 10-year forecast, but I'm going to do it anyhow. Couple things that remain a concern for me as a business in the downtown area. First is tree maintenance. Who's responsible for it? Is there a schedule or program for tree maintenance? I know at least of one limb that fell on Main Street on the sidewalk during the car show, almost hit a man and his little boy, missed the cars. But when they fall, the limbs are large, they fall, there's an explosion of pods all over the sidewalk, trip hazard everywhere. And I know we've downsized a lot of departments and had the hiring freeze and all of that, but perhaps as we move forward, we can restore some maintenance positions or maybe look at contracting with a tree service. Next time I'll bring a picture of a beautifully maintained tree in my neighborhood versus what it looks like in the downtown. Second, parking issues. So we have almost complete occupancy in the central part of downtown on Morro Bay Boulevard and Main Street and the side streets. Great thing. However, this adds stress not only for customer parking, but for business owner and worker parking. We have no public lots. We've lost at least 15 private spaces in the last year or two. So many of us are parking in other businesses' lots, and these owners are getting rather justifiably annoyed. There is a vacation rental complex in the downtown core that has up to 6 couples when fully rented with no off-street parking. Another business is so successful he recently added more vehicles to his fleet, having at least 3 for his business, but again, with no lot or dedicated spaces to park them in. The 400 block of Morro Bay Boulevard, a store that's been a destination for decades, is moving to North Morro Bay. Among other issues, the owner cited parking problems. Because of his own success and the success of neighboring businesses, parking is problematic for his customers who come from all over the county and want to just drop off and pick up their repairs. My feeling is we're not planning for success. We take the steps forward, fill the vacancies, but because we're not prepared for the increased traffic, we fall back again. While waiting for the overload to become obvious, we are losing businesses and customers who go elsewhere for a more convenient, accessible, and user-friendly shopping district. We do have parking and lieu fees for each district. I would hope we could try leasing some of the vacant and blighted lots in our area and see what happens. So I'd be interested in hearing what staff has to say about that. If I have another second or two, I've got some quotes from the 1988 general plan. It said it is likely that the downtown will experience significant growth in the future. This growth will bring its attending need for additional parking. Many existing commercial uses occupy most or all of the property on which they are located, and there is no room for on-site parking. These businesses would benefit from the provision of additional parking because they would be accessible to a larger number of patrons. That's from 1988. They were talking about it then. We're moved forward. We're successful. It's good, but we need public parking for people. Thank you.
Great, Susan. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jan Goldman, and I'm just finishing up for Susan because she ran out of time. She wanted me to remind everybody that the chamber mixer is Thursday, May 14th at Grandma's Yogurt up on the corner of Main and Morro Bay Boulevard. And also put in a plug that this is the only public restroom in the downtown area. And more might be useful. And the other thing is the business forum is going to be held Thursday, May 21st at the Grill Hut up at its new location. And it's also at a new, up on Quintana Road. And it's also going to be at a new time at 7:30 to 9 o'clock. And the discussion will be an economic roundtable with the community businesses. So they're asking for your attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Anybody else for public comment?
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I'm Lynna Thomas, local business owner and property owner, and I'm also following up on some of what Susan said. I'd like you, Mr. Buckingham, if you would, to clarify the size of the Main Street demonstration parklet, sort of from stem to stern, including the bike parking and the motorcycle parking. How many parking spaces does the parklet occupy?
Lynna, can we just go ahead and go through comment, and then at the
Okay.
end we'll do...
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, thank you.
I thought, I didn't know we couldn't do that.
Yeah.
Mr. Buckingham has said in the past that it occupies 3 spaces. I suggest to you, council members, that on a block where there are only 18 spaces, parking spaces for 16 businesses, the loss of 3 is significant, especially when these spaces are lost to a parklet that encourages passerbys to park, sit, and linger longer. Tonight I'm bringing 18 more pages of our petition, bringing the number of pages to 80-something and the total number of signatures to about 1,200. I'd like to clarify the intent of this petition. It starts out by saying, not a bad idea, not a good location. We, the undersigned, want the demonstration parklet on the 800 block of Main Street in Morro Bay removed for the following reasons, which I don't have time to read. This is not a petition against parklets in general in Morro Bay. I myself am not against turning pavement into parks. I'm only objecting to, and this petition objects to, the location of the parklet on what I believe is the busiest street in town. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynna.
Good evening. My name is Betty Winholtz, and I'm here to speak as much to the community as to the City Council regarding the 218 protest vote that I have been distributing both by email and door-to-door. I believe that first we need to know what a 218 vote is, and that is the state requires that if an agency is going to ask for unusual increases, that those property owners who are going to have to pay that get the chance to say yay or nay to that. And they really don't get to say yes, because the yes happens automatically unless 51% or more of those say no. So it really becomes a burden on the public to put in their vote. And it's not a vote that one does at the polls, but it's a vote that one does either through the mail or drops off at City Hall. So I think those are important pieces of information. I am opposed to this, and I'm hoping the council isn't surprised, because I've at least come up and told you over the last couple of years that I would not be supporting a rate increase for either sewer or water until the cost could be delineated. Those costs for the sewer have not been delineated. And with Cayucas withdrawing from their support for the new sewer plant, it seems to me that the costs are even more nebulous. And even though your subcommittee has recommended that we just go ahead as though Cayucas may fall back into place, I think that's irresponsible planning, and I think we need to plan just for our community, and that we need to know what those costs are, and that this vote needs to be postponed until we know some costs. That's my feeling on the 218 vote on the sewer. With regard to the water 218 vote, there are two add-on fees which I think will become permanent fees, and therefore it's misleading to say that the base fee is going to be $26 for the cheapest. But these other fees, which have to do with if we use more, we get penalized and we get to pay more. If we use the desal plant, we get penalized, we get to pay more. And with less state water, we'll definitely have more desal. So I think those kinds of fees are really permanent fees, and it's not reflected that way in your report. I also believe that some of the projects that you've put forward are extravagant. I think the 9-time size water tank up on Netmeg is unnecessary. I think putting in smart meters for $600,000 is unnecessary. And so what I would like to see is a no vote on the 218 water vote, so you can come back with a more responsible program for the city to say yes to.
Thank you, Betty. Anybody else for public comment? Mr. Barta.
Long time no see, members of the council, Mr. Mayor. My name is John Barta. I am compelled to straighten the record on state water. There's been a lot of misinformation on this issue. The attempt to raise our water rates under the guise of high state water costs brings me here tonight. Here are some facts. The actual cost of wet water delivered to Morro Bay by the State Water Project is about $50 per acre foot. You heard right, $50 per acre foot. That's about 11.5 cents per water unit. The biggest part of our state water cost is the annual payment on the money we borrowed to build the pipeline and delivery facilities. That's about $1.5 million per year. And that payment is due whether or not we get any wet water from the state. Luckily, we have only 7 more payments to make on that debt. In June of 2022, our state water capital costs will go down dramatically when that debt is paid off. State water has been incredibly reliable for Morro Bay because we own shares in the system above our annual needs. We have received all the state water we have needed since 1998. And because of our extra shares, we have a big credit for future deliveries, at least 2 more years, even under a continuation of our severe drought circumstances. The state has approved bonds so that the reliability of state water will go up. And if our share of that possible future debt is less than 0.1%, so if the state spends $10 billion, our share will be less than $10 million. And the payments on that share will be something around $300,000 per year. And remember, in 2022, our costs go down by over $1 million per year. Our water rate problem was caused by 2 things. Because we have been preaching conservation, our water fund revenue has gone down by about $500,000 per year. Additionally, we have been spending more on outside consultants. This imbalance has caused a downgrade in our credit rating. These have nothing to do with state water. I urge everyone who is affected by the proposed rate increases to file a written protest. Fellow citizens, you are being asked to approve a blank check on water and sewer rates. The proposed rates are full of traps for the unwary. The very lowest level water users could see their rates go up nearly 400% under the proposal. And for bigger users, the numbers also get staggeringly high. Similarly, the proposed sewer rates will blow your mind. Why am I personally going to protest the increase? First, we are not being honest about our state water situation, either now or in the future. Secondly, it is asking for the equivalent of a blank check, far beyond what might be needed. Third, the rate will be in direct violation of the recent Court of Appeals ruling in San Juan Capistrano. Fourth, the city didn't even include a written protest form with the letters that went out. The city of San Diego put the form right in the letter. I have solved this last problem by posting a protest form on my website, morro-bay.net. Anyone can go there now and download the form. I repeat, morro-bay.net.
Thank you, John.
I urge the city to put it on its website, too. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Anybody else for public comment? Scanning the room, seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. We have some responses here. I can probably turn some of it over. The last commenter, John, welcome back. I know I reached out to you not too long ago, and you're down in Southern California for some time. We did go through a rather significant water rate study. Hopefully you reviewed that on our website. I think our staff can respond to the smart meters, some of the projects that we're going through, and some of the goals as far as water strategies, addressing water in the long term. Obviously, we know that our contract is going to be due with state water. I think either Mr. Buckingham or Rob can speak to how our contract would go down $1 million, or whether or not we're meeting our debt coverage ratio by contract, which we're not. We're at 0.78% of our debt coverage ratio. We're supposed to be at 1.25. Our water study that was presented to this city council, the community, pretty much laid out all of that, and I'd probably be better off turning some of these answers over to staff to respond to that. Looking at Mr. Buckingham, if you want to cue in, that would be great. Appreciate it.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. First, I'll just address a couple of things. So, Lena, the parklet consumed 2 parking spaces on Main Street. It is actually longer than 2 spaces, but we were able to restripe other spaces. So compared to the number of spaces that were there before, we lost 2 spaces on the entire Main Street block. Susan, I share your concerns about parking. I share them to the point that I'm thankful that the council gave us Goal 7, Objective C, to work hard on parking this year. It is one of the goals that we have. It includes looking for appropriate parking areas. I've reached out to at least one landowner to see about leasing some space that they have so that we could consider doing that. So we share your concerns about parking, and we're getting after it. I think on it's appropriate to take a moment to consider some of the, not just from public comment tonight, but some of the Prop 218 discussion that I've heard in the community, seen in the community, and have appreciated. I will say that we, the staff, I think the council, the community, absolutely applauds the efforts of various citizens to enlist support for their view of a Prop 218 protest vote. That is great local democracy in action. However, some of the rhetoric, some of the writing that we've seen or heard is incorrect, or it's untrue, and it should be corrected. I appreciate very much the several residents who have come to staff to check their facts, and then have got their facts straight and gone out and argued against the Prop 218 increase, but did so with the facts. Our citizens should vote based on facts and not on conjecture. The statement that the cost of the new wastewater reclamation facility to Morro Bay ratepayers is unknown is actually untrue. And the statement that the proposed rate increase is illegal is false. The city has the cost data. It was discussed at the WRFCAC. It has been presented to council back in November and in December, and it will be presented again this evening in the WRF study. We absolutely have the best possible projected cost for a new facility. The statement that the proposed water fees are extravagant and have no accountability or sunsets is also wrong. Folks with experience in local government should know very well that there is tremendous accountability with respect to fees and rates within the enterprise funds, the sewer enterprise fund and the water enterprise fund. In fact, state law requires that your local government only collect the fees that are essential to provide, or that are reasonable to provide a certain service. We cannot collect fees that are beyond what is reasonable to provide a service. So there is the accountability of state law in place. Further, those rates are only good for 5 years, after which any increase must come back to the voters. So there is a very clear sunset, or at least they cannot increase further without voter-approved, not council-approved action. On the emergency rates, the really two sets of emergency rates. The emergency rate for water shortage. None of those emergency rates can be enacted without council approval. That is not a city staff function. Reference the water shortage emergency rates. While it sounds crazy that rates could increase if we conserve too much, it's actually true. So think about it this way. Many of the costs of water are fixed. In fact, one of our public speakers tonight noted very correctly that over 90% of the cost that we pay for state water is fixed. We have to pay that whether we get a drop of state water or not, whether we get 1 acre foot or 100 acre feet. So many of those costs are fixed and have nothing to do with how much water one uses. So what if 90% of our city stopped using water tonight, used no more water, and had the opportunity not to pay for it? We would simply not have the income from those fees in order to pay that 90% requirement of our state water. So it sounds crazy, but it is true. If we all conserve 75% starting tomorrow morning, we would need to generate additional funds somehow in order to pay the debt that we have that was articulated for state water. The point of enterprise fund rates is to keep the system solvent, not to make money. That is to charge the minimum amount reasonable to provide the service. These fees cannot increase, quote, for years. The proposed rates are only good for 5 years, at which time any changes would have to go back to the voters, not the council, for approval. Similar on the desal plant surcharge. No desal rate may be charged without city council approval, and rates may not be more than the reasonable cost of providing water service. This rate would only be considered, this desal rate, in dire situations where there is no state water available for long periods of time and we had to run the desal plant while also paying that significant amount for state water. The desal surcharge is not for use during summer tourism season or state water maintenance shutdowns. We've had maintenance shutdowns before. We've run our desal plant, and we have not thought about increasing rates. To state that the city might sort of put that back into rates whenever is as it's stated, it really demonstrates. I'm not sure the argument is meant to be a serious one, but the city cannot simply charge those rates for no reason. Reference some of the projects. Building the water tank that is 9 times bigger than the size of the current water tank is frankly not primarily a water supply issue. It is a fire suppression issue. The fire code requires that we have that increased capacity in order to provide adequate fire coverage to many North Morro Bay households. We don't need that capacity for water supply, as much of that, but we do for fire coverage. Further, financing a project such as that water tank actually spreads the cost of that project out over many years, therefore having many years' worth of ratepayers pay for that instead of placing a significant burden just on today's ratepayers. So financing, wise use of financing is something that cities, industry, business do all the time, and it makes good economic sense in this case. Smart meters have nothing to do with the proposed rates. We have money in our existing capital replacement budget for replacement meters when they fail, so we've been saving up money for replacement meters. We have subsequently considered smart meters. In fact, we'll bring a proposal for smart meters to the council, which we will only install if they save money, not if they cost money. But to state that the rates are set to raise capital to install those smart meters is not correct. We actually have almost $1 million in the fund in order to replace meters and to do other infrastructure projects. Reference the sewer. The projected costs of building without Cayucas, as I said, are absolutely known. We're going to cover those again in a few minutes. They were presented to the community 6 months ago, and we presented again tonight. As has been shown before, and will begin tonight, the city has conducted an extensive professional projection of the cost to build a water reclamation facility at Rancho Colina, and that includes with Cayucas and without Cayucas. We've done the we've assessed the cost of building both with and without Cayucas. So reference water rates, there's not much more to be said than this. Our rates have not increased for 20 years. We're running a $900,000 annual deficit on our water in the water fund, and we are in legal trouble if we do not raise our rates to the minimum essential level to keep the water flowing. Reference the sewer rates, there's not much more to be said than this. In about 5 years, our permit to use the existing wastewater treatment plant expires, and we cannot get a permit to rebuild on that site. We must raise our sewer rates now so that we can commence the planning and the building of a new wastewater reclamation facility. On state water, many of the comments on state water were exactly right on. We have a contract for another 7 or 8 years with state water. We pay a set, about 95% of what we pay is fixed. And the other small percentage is variable based on how much water actually comes out the other end of that pipe and into Morro Bay. And so we have significant fixed costs. One of the objectives you've given us this year is to come to you with some thinking about what we would want to do in 7 or 8 years when that state water contract expires. Do we want to be in a situation where we have significant fixed costs for another 15 or 20 years, or do we want to consider alternate methods such as reclamation of our wastewater, use of desalination, and other methods to improve our water diversity and attain some level of water independence? While I appreciated many of those comments, to specific points, we do not believe. Let me put it this way, we are confident that our tiered rates were built in a way that is legally sustainable. Our attorney's firm has looked at the San Juan Capistrano case. We're still assessing it. Municipalities all around California are assessing it, but what we do know is that the way that our professional consultant helped us build our rates, we believe answered the questions that the judge in that case, for which he ruled that those rates were unconstitutional. Is that right?
Yes, unconstitutional because of Prop 26 and Prop 218. It's important to understand that, if I may, that court actually said tiered rates are legal if you do them appropriately. It didn't throw out tiered rate, the concept of tiered rate. It said tiered rates can be used. You just have to have the analysis to show that the costs are required, or the costs require those tiers. And that's what the analysis is that the city manager was just discussing.
And last comment, finally, to state that a 400% increase in either water or sewer rates is not accurate, as has been laid out for you during the several PWABs, 2 council meetings on the water rates. We anticipate we have not anticipated, the rates are set to increase a maximum of about 100% for water rates, 110%, I believe, for sewer rates over the next 5 years. Any further increases would have to come back to the voters for approval. That's all.
Thanks, Mr. Buckingham, and great questions from public comment and great responses, education for everyone listening. So hopefully that was helpful. I'll turn it over to council for any other remarks. I'll just just follow up on a couple from Susan on the parking. Great comments. Dave did respond to some of those. I think regarding parking and the water, what was highlighted that we did make a goal for some sort of water strategy. So we've got 7 years out. Let's start doing that now. Same with the budget forecast, 10-year budget forecast. So we're looking ahead. So those are two significant things. The parking, rightfully said, it's music to my ears. I mean, the 1988 general plan is one of the main reasons that we need to update it. Again, on our goals, we're initiating that this year. A downtown specific plan is on the horizon, and as Mr. Buckingham noted, parking and our parking, there's a parking management plan that's outdated that hopefully will come back to us. So not necessarily on the ground that we would like, but certainly in the forefront, and hopefully some short-term results would come from that. So those are the remarks. Any other remarks to my left? John, Christine, Matt, John, Noah?
Yeah, I do just want to follow up on one item, because there was the comment that what this 218 represents is a blank check for rates to the community. And I know that our Public Works Advisory Board very thoughtfully and carefully went through the proposals, and that was a double hearing. They went through it and had input, and most of the concerns were about affordability. The consultant and our staff brought back some adjustments, and then at that point, the Public Works Advisory Board unanimously supported the rates as proposed. The one item that they did forward on to us as part of the 218 that we as a council decided to remove, which I think was the blank check, was for state water buy-in. And at that point, if we had included that, in the future, if state water were to come back with a proposal, that buy-in would have already been approved by the community. We pulled that out specifically because we didn't want a blank check included. So I think we did everything we possibly could to make sure that this is going to satisfy our short-term needs, position us to make some harder decisions down the road, and limit the amount of cost on the community as much as possible.
Thanks for those comments. I think it was notable that it was unanimous support on that, and over pulling that out through much debate and conversation. So with that, we'll conclude our public comment, and we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, which is our consent calendar. And we do open public comment for any items on consent. For anybody who'd like to speak to items on consent, please come forward.
About A3, you are being asked to approve a contract for a new job in Morro Bay, a Deputy City Manager of Economic Outreach and Public Engagement. This is a new position in Morro Bay, and the job was never posted publicly, and applications for the position were never requested. The process that occurred may not be illegal or have broken any city policies, but it is wrong. Here's how I see what happened. Our Morro Bay City Manager is asked to be on an interview committee in Atascadero for picking their Deputy City Manager. Morro Bay City Manager decides this is a good idea for a position in Morro Bay. He copies the job description from Atascadero and adds the oversight of technology. He does this so that the job description matches the experience of the person that he wants to hire. This is wrong. Morro Bay doesn't open the job to the public to get qualified candidates. Morro Bay doesn't have a formal interview process or a committee. How is any of that transparent? Morro Bay City Manager decides to hire this person, and the contract is signed on April 17th. He now has to get rid of a department head in order to pay for this new position. Joe Wood is fired the following week, April 24th. By the way, Joe is getting $75,000 to buy out his contract. Atascadero Deputy City Manager is paid $92,000. Morro Bay's position is going to get paid $113,000, $21,000 more. I guess no comparable salary survey is required for new jobs in Morro Bay. Atascadero got 112 applicants for a job that pays $92,000. It appears that that level of pay was enough to get over 100 people to apply for the job. Why does Morro Bay think that they need to offer $21,000 more? Is Morro Bay rolling in dough? The entire process is wrong. The process denied the opportunity for all local qualified people to apply for this job. I guess Morro Bay isn't an equal opportunity employer. The right thing to do is first create a job description that meets the need of the city. Do a formal salary survey to determine the correct salary for this position and open the job up to the public. And you can encourage the person from the Atascadero process to apply. If he truly is the most qualified for the job, through an open and transparent process, he will receive that position. This City Council and City leadership seem to be big on reviewing current policies and fees. I recommend that you review your hiring policies and put in requirements for all positions.
Thank you. Could we have your name for the record? Is that, would that be? Janice House. Janice House, thank you. Thanks. Anybody else for public comment on consent? Seeing none, I'll close public comment for consent. And I think we will respond to that, and I'll move on to items on the agenda. I'll move to pull item A3. Any other items to pull from the council? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve items A1 and A2. We have a motion by Noah.
Second.
Second by Christine. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0. On to A3. Mr. Buckingham.
Great, thanks. Could we get the presentation up? Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to address and for me to give you sort of an update on what on some of the moderate changes that I'm making to the city, particularly with regard to the deputy city manager position, really to achieve council-directed objectives and priorities. And I very much appreciate the public comment. I know that perception can often seem like reality, but perception is not necessarily reality. But I do appreciate hearing from what that perception is. So I appreciate the opportunity to provide both the council and our residents an update. So here's, whoops. So the staff recommends that the City Council ratify the contract that the City Manager negotiated with Mr. Sam Taylor for service as the Deputy City Manager. Hiring and firing are inherently administrative functions delegated to the City Manager for which he or she is responsible. They are primarily executive actions, City Manager actions, not policy actions, which are City Council actions. It's appropriate, though, for the City Manager to keep the City Council informed about such actions, especially when they involve some aspect of organizational change. And even though it's clear that the City Manager has the authority to hire and fire employees, it is not quite as clear whether the City Manager also has the authority to execute an employment contract for any of those employees. Based on that, the City Attorney recommended that this contract be brought to the Council for ratification, and I'm happy to do that. The agenda is I'm going to provide a brief overview here, have council questions, additional public comment if you'd like, Mr. Mayor, then deliberation and council action. So the council has established some very clear priorities for your staff. In February 2015, the council adopted 10 revised goals and 73 new fiscal year 16 city objectives, tasking me to lead the staff to accomplish all 73 objectives in 16 months. We've got 13 and a half months left. In January of 2013, the council directed Management Partners' financial and organizational study commenced. I've been working closely with Management Partners' team and have been briefed at various stages of their study on their initial and their final draft recommendations. As I mentioned, I received their final draft recommendations last Friday evening, but we've had numerous meetings as we've gone through the process where I've been getting updates on their initial recommendations or draft recommendations as we've been going through. And as we heard earlier, in March 2014, Management Partners provided the city a 10-year budget forecast that was addressed earlier this evening. Each of those council-directed actions have had a significant impact on my assessment of the requirements of our organization as we go forward. Those actions have meshed with my professional assessment of the strengths and weaknesses of our organization and informed my determination of what we must be so that we can do to accomplish the significant tasks the council has given me. Based on my organizational assessment of where we are and the council's direction where we need to go, I determined that I did not have a staff member who possessed the critical skills needed to allow us to accomplish the given mission. Here are the 3 critical areas of improvement that I assessed that we lacked staff capacity in. First is economic development. As noted earlier in the budget briefing and confirmed by several professional studies and articulated by various members of our community, Morro Bay must grow and diversify our economy to provide the revenue essential to continue to provide basic city services. Except for the city manager, we have little economic development capacity. In the area of public engagement, many of our goals are directly about public engagement. Further, nearly every one of our goals requires significant public engagement to complete them effectively. The council has directed significant change to happen in Morro Bay. To effect this change, we need to improve our public engagement exponentially. And in the area of information technology, like public engagement, many of the council's directed requirements are tied directly to making quantum improvements in our antiquated IT systems, both to improve efficiency and to exponentially improve our customer-facing services. We are woefully deficient in IT strategy and application. Let me look at each of those areas in a little bit more depth. On economic outreach, the Management Partners' 10-year budget forecast clearly demonstrates that we have serious structural fiscal challenges. Further, the Management Partners' organizational assessment will recommend that the city, quote, develop a proposal for integrating tourism activities with city operations. One council-directed goal is economic development. That's an entire goal with 6 or 7 sub-objectives. And perhaps 25 of the 75 objectives are directly related to economic development. In the past 3 months, we've worked on economic development opportunities with the Central Coast Aquarium, with CESLOC, and with Elemental Herbs. We've scored on one, we're in the running with another, and we've failed on one. Most important, there is no telling how many opportunities that we've missed. One critical portfolio of the Deputy City Manager will be economic outreach, working to attract new businesses and working with existing businesses. Second area of gap, I would say, is public engagement. As noted, the council has given staff 73 specific objectives for fiscal year 16. Most of those require moderate to substantial public engagement. The management partner's organizational assessment will recommend additional changes. Morro Bay has a plethora of unactioned plans on our shelves, and my assessment is one reason most have gathered dust instead of been implemented is inadequate staff-led public engagement. From Bay News articles to utility bill mailers to surveys to social media to monthly newsletters to media engagements, the city has tremendous public engagement opportunities, many of which are being missed. A second critical portfolio of the Deputy City Manager will be public engagement, working to communicate to residents and businesses, working to listen to residents and businesses, and doing the same with visitors, with regional neighbors, and with the media. In the area of information technology, Council Goal Number 10, Objective D, information technology, directs the staff to, quote, fundamentally remake IT operations in the city, to consider every approach, system, platform, software solution, and best practice to gain efficiency, effectiveness, collaboration, and transparency using IT solutions, and then to write an IT strategic plan. Other objectives include, quote, improve public information, that's Goal 10, Objective E, that has direct IT tie-ins. Management partners' recommendations will note that there is, quote, practically no time for IT planning, and that the city does not, quote, does not have, quote, an IT strategic plan or IT goals. A third critical portfolio of the Deputy City Manager will be information technology, transforming the way that we do IT internally, transforming the way that we use IT, and transforming the way with IT that our customers access city services. So, eyeing our significant council-directed economic outreach, public engagement, and IT requirements, and noting our major staff gaps in those areas, I decided to go find and recruit the best qualified candidate to meet some of those requirements, actually to meet all of those requirements. I'm thankful I found one who has demonstrated excellence and who can do them all, and had proven experience in a similarly small city in additional areas such as human resources, public records, risk management, communications, and who is a certified city clerk. Mr. Taylor is leaving his position as the Assistant City Manager of Ferndale, Washington, to join the Morro Bay team. In addition to experience outside of local government as a local government newspaper reporter for 5 years, he has 5 years inside local government as a city clerk and as assistant city manager. He's also completing his master's degree in public administration this August. He's a professional, and he achieves excellence, and he's passionate, and he's fun. What about recreation? My decision to hire Mr. Taylor is unrelated to my recent decisions impacting our recreation department. They were close in time, but they were unrelated. That said, given this opportunity to inform you of this moderate organizational adjustment, I thought it appropriate to give you a rec update now. Among other things, the management partners study will note that, quote, among peer cities, Morro Bay is one of only 2 to have a standalone recreation department. In Pismo, Recreation Services reports to the Community Development Director. In Atascadero, Recreation reports to the Police Chief, and now to the Deputy City Manager. In Scotts Valley, Recreation reports to Public Works. I'm committed to have great recreation opportunities in Morro Bay. When I have finished my personal assessment, I will assign supervision of recreation services to either community development, to the police, or to our new Deputy City Manager. As to the contract, as noted in our legal assessment, or our legal assessment is that bringing Mr. Taylor's contract to council for ratification is wise, but is not necessarily required. Mr. Taylor will serve as a department head at department head level, neither above nor below our six exceptional department heads. Mr. Taylor's contract is, in scope, nearly identical to all of our at-will employees. Most California cities have a contractual relationship with their department heads. All department heads are at-will employees, meaning that they can be dismissed anytime, any day, for no reason. While other employees enjoy some representational or legal protections, the only protection a department head has is several months of severance. Sensing a perception concern, Mr. Taylor asked to have the sizable temporary severance I had initially offered him reduced. Reference contract ratification. The contract that I've negotiated with Mr. Taylor is within the council-approved full-time equivalent limits that you have set for our staff. It is below the council-approved budget for both fiscal year 15 and fiscal year 16. It is consistent in scope with all of the other Morro Bay department heads. It is consistent with all California municipalities. It provides Morro Bay with a proven professional who has demonstrated skills in the critical areas of economic development, public outreach, and information technology that have been identified by the council and are worthy of serious investment in Morro Bay. I recommend the council ratify the contract that Mr. Taylor and I have signed. I'm thrilled he has joined the team and that he is already working hard for Morro Bay. Mr. Mayor, that completes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Buckingham. I appreciate public comments on this, and I think there was, a sense of concern, coming on a consent agenda as well. So I was glad to have this presentation come out as it did, and some of the concerns of the severance and contract, those kind of issues were also discussed, and glad to have some conversations about that and as it's come back to us. And I don't know if it's necessarily discussed as we see it in this report, but there is a different change in that contract than what's in the report. It might be worthy to point that out. I'll just conclude my remarks and see if there's anybody else that have any questions for you as well. I pause a little bit, but I do appreciate the comments and the way this has come about, and all rightfully so. I think the assessment that we're looking at right now through Management Partners is something that we went through in 2008. We're going through again. Obviously, we haven't seen that report come back to council. As Mr. Buckingham explained, his involvement in that assessment and his assessment in, as it was explained through this presentation, both through city goals and through his assessment in the organization. I'm probably a little bit more hesitant as in coming about to this, maybe reacting a little bit more slowly in regard to Mrs. House's comments as well. And I'm there with you. I have some of those same concerns, but I do believe in the direction and that we're going in the city. I believe in the goals that have been set, and at some point when I look at the public outreach also, I think there's an opportunity there as we look at things that are coming through council, through the city staff, as it's discussed and delivered to our public. That public outreach can be refined as well, so hopefully that will help. So I am supportive of this, and I'll turn to my left for any other comments or questions on that. Christine, do you have any comments or questions?
Are we doing questions and comments together?
Yes.
So if I don't have a question, should I pass? But I do have a
If you don't have any questions, then we can just pass it on to Matt, and then we can conclude with our comments.
Okay. Will you open up public comment again?
We had public comment. We can open public comment on this
I'm
again.
just trying to
following
figure
this.
out the process, 'cause
We had a little
pulled it.
public comment coming in, which we pulled it. We delivered this report. You know, Mr. Pannoni, if you feel, you know, public comment be open again.
You certainly can, and in fact, the agenda that the city manager showed you had public comment.
Okay. With that, we can go through questions and then open up for public comment.
Okay, with that with the process in mind, then I don't have questions at this point, but we will want to
Questions,
comment.
Matt?
Thanks.
It was one simple question. You're planning on bringing him on board at the end of May?
That's correct. His contractually starts the 23rd of May, although his first day of work in the office will be the 1st of June. He'll be on leave without pay for that first week. It's really just to line up pay periods, so he starts at the beginning of a pay period, makes it easier on our accountants.
And then I think you said in your report about him talking about the severance pay, you're going to work that out over how many years before it's equal with your other department heads?
Thank you, and I failed to address that, and I sort of talked tangentially about it. So as I was working with, not even working with, very happily negotiating with Mr. Taylor, I very much wanted to offer him first what I thought was appropriate, and I was also looking for ways to demonstrate our commitment to him, and looking for ways to make really the package more robust without costing anything more. So he is a fairly young man. He's got 2 young children and a pregnant wife. He's moving from 2 states away. He's moving from a 0 income tax state to a 10% income tax state. And so this was my thinking, what I offered him was to demonstrate commitment was that during his first year, he would have 12 months of severance. His second year, he would have 9. His third year, he would have 6. And then he would be at 4 years for all years beyond that. I was comfortable to do that because it wasn't going to cost us any money, because I know I'm not going to fire him, and I'm hopefully not going to get fired myself. So that was my thinking. I understand the perception issues, and Mr. Taylor is smart enough to have picked up on those very quickly. He and I talked recently. He was very happy. He wants to come to Morro Bay very much. He is already working for Morro Bay, and in the sense of he's already doing work for us. And so we quickly renegotiated the contract for him to have 6 months of severance for his first 2 years here. So no 12, no 9. So he'll have 6 months of severance for 2 years, and then he'll go to 4 months for all the years after that.
And the reason
4
I
months
wanted-
is consistent with most of our other department heads.
And that's why I wanted to bring up that question, looking at our goals and our objectives moving ahead and bringing everything up to speed, having all the department heads playing. That was your goal or your plan with this negotiation?
We have one department head who has 6 months of severance in her contract, and we have 4 who have 4 months of severance in their contract. As we renegotiate contracts, I don't intend to conduct a negotiation here in this session, but my sense, and you'll see from Mr. Taylor's contract, is that 4 months for a stable employee is an appropriate amount of severance. That said, I do very much appreciate the opportunity to have the latitude to attract great talent to come to Morro Bay, and thus providing Mr. Taylor those 2 years of an additional 2 months of severance made all the sense in the world to me. Again, because I'll look like an idiot if I fire him, so I'm not going to do that. He's going to be great.
John?
I do not have any questions. I will have comments.
Great. No? Seeing none, I'll open up for public comment for anybody who'd like to speak to this item. Public comment is open. Public comment is open.
Janice House, again. I'm not questioning the need for this position. That's up to you guys to figure out. It's the process. It was not opened up. You don't know if he is the best person for the job. You didn't open it up. Maybe there's people locally who have great experience. You don't know that because you didn't go through the process. And that's my main complaint. Also the salary, that seems a bit odd, but mainly the process.
Thank you, Janice. Appreciate it.
Betty Winholtz, I just want to back up Ms. House's comments because I think process is the key to government, and I think she makes some many good points. I would place more emphasis on the money because in a tight time, when you're asking for fee increases, when you're tightening budgets and you're giving money to discretionary funds and yet you're hiring someone at a higher salary, which is going to have implications for retirement and other kinds of things, I think that's a mistake. And that is something that the council could have control over, even though it's a city manager's position. You guys have acquiesced to that, either directly or indirectly. And I think that's the place where I would be disappointed where you haven't ruled that back in.
Thanks, Betty. Anybody else?
Good evening, Council. Joan Solu, Morro Bay resident. Thanks for taking my comment here tonight regarding this. I appreciate it. I'm a former HR director, so I can appreciate seeing a great candidate and wanting to hire them right away. But I can also appreciate having other folks that you need to involve in the process. I understand that there may be a need for this person. It may be completely justifiable, but there's a couple of things in the process. One is once we've become alerted that folks in the community might be feeling like the process is anything but transparent or clear, once there's a realization that the process is opaque, we double the size of the staff report and don't give it to the public until the meeting time to be able to really fully digest the information. So I would ask that in the future, any presentations that might be accompanying, especially a consent agenda item, that those be included in the staff report far enough in advance that the public has time to completely digest the information and make comment on it. And again, I would go back to what Janice House and Betty Winholtz said, which is it's about completely opening up an open, transparent process for hiring. I'm sure that he's a wonderful person. I hope that anybody I'm working with is fun and can work as a team. Team is the most important thing. And I'm sure Mr. Buckingham has selected a great candidate, but nobody's ever going to know that unless somehow the process is opened up. Also, regarding some information in the staff report, I certainly hope that some of the opaque information that's in the staff report in terms of communicating changes that are going to occur in the city come forward to the appropriate advisory boards for discussion. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Joan. I didn't hear the last part of that. Could you say that again, please?
Yes, I'm hoping that information that was in the deputy city manager position overview regarding some current positions that are housed under advisory boards, the duties that he's going to take on. I hope that those duties are placed back for discussion in front of the advisory boards, because as it sits now, that information coming in this direction seems, again, opaque at best. Thank you.
Got it, Joan. Thanks. Anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. Christine, you want to start off?
Sure, thank you. So, internal changes with staff are always, any change is difficult, and internal changes with staff are going to be a challenge for the community in some ways, depending upon the particular person and their particular position and how much interaction they had with the public, and also their longevity here at the city. So there isn't going to be a time when things change and people don't notice. People are potentially upset about it. Sometimes there are changes that people approve or feel is the right direction. So ultimately, any change is going to elicit a response. So I think in this case, I myself knew a lot of the answers to the questions that many of you brought up because of the nature of the process of how I work with the city manager as your council person. So when the city manager is going to make a change, then if he or she are wise, they will keep the 5 of us abreast of the changes coming in their thinking to get feedback. So at that time, that's our opportunity individually, because we can't do it as a body at that point because of the Brown Act. So when something comes forward, and it's whatever it is, it behooves the city manager to tell the council if there's a change coming or bad news coming, as well as good news. So many of the discussions, well, many of the points that were in the presentation, of course, the council members were already aware of, so the questions would have been asked. Ultimately, because of the process we have, the city council is only responsible for 2 staff positions, and as you know, that's the city manager and the city attorney. So whether we like it or don't like it, ultimately we need to express that clearly and concisely to the city manager. Let's just say we love it or we hate it. Ultimately, he does, if he feels he is supported enough, he can make decisions to move forward on some of the staffing issues, and actually all the staffing issues, other than the city attorney and other than his own. So in this case, keeping the council abreast of the need for a deputy city manager, discussing it prior, discussing it as it became clear there might be someone that's perfectly within the process. My response, my fellow council members' responses are given directly to Dave. And ultimately, that will be reflected in Mr. Buckingham's evaluation. So that's the way things go. I'm not sure everybody understands. Many of you here understand that whether a department head comes or goes, that isn't something that this council has any responsibility for. Ultimately, it is the city manager's responsibility. We have hired him to be the chief executive of the city, and we have, as you've seen, tasked him with a number of goals. And, you know, he's able to take a look at those goals and see where we do or where we don't have staffing. So I am glad to hear that some of the feedback that you do believe that there are the gaps that were presented. And as far as the process goes, we can always do better in the process. And this is why we have public comment and why you come to the meetings and why we listen, is because things can be adjusted. And you'll see this is the perfect example of when the staff report went out, public comment came in through perhaps many different channels. I know that I received some. I'm sure that city manager did as well. Probably things I didn't see as well he received. And he made the adjustment. So the adjustment was from the severance was one of the issues people had. So it was adjusted down to 6 months for 2 years. So I think this is an example really of how we can work together, how we can have a disagreement on a process, bring the concerns forward, whether they come from the public or they come from the council, and an adjustment can be made. So for me, I think it was a good example of how we can work on things together in Morro Bay and how we are respectful of things the public brings forward that may be very similar to things that we are thinking as the council. So I think tonight we saw that in action, and I'm looking forward to accomplishing a lot of the goals that you as the community members have given to us, the council, to collate, consider, and then we task the city manager. So they're your community goals, they're our community goals that we need to accomplish. So I'm confident that after this experience, that again, it's another lesson in process, and no one is perfect, and I don't think anyone expects that the city will be perfectly able to implement things all of the time, but I think this is an example of how we are willing to adjust. So, and I'm willing to support the staff recommendation as amended.
Thanks, Matt.
Mr. Pono, I have a question for you in terms of process, because we had 3 speakers, and this is a big question. So in your estimation in this process, and Christine, she laid out, and I think quite right, but legally speaking, was the process of hiring this candidate, was it the process that the city manager should go through, and it should then hire like this go through a more public process, or was it accomplished through what the channels they went through?
What I heard was 2 different perspectives of the question. I heard a legal question I thought was being asked, but then it sort of morphed into a policy question. So I'm going to direct my answer to the legal question.
And I think that's where I had it directed to. Thank
Okay.
you.
The process that was used was a legally acceptable, permitted process by the city's policies.
And I say that because this was, speaking publicly, this was an interesting thing for me because we went through one department head that I've known for some time, and it was, from a community standpoint, it was an interesting move by the city manager. And I understand where he's going with it, and I understand the policies that you're setting forth, but I don't want to confuse those things for the public. And so for folks out there listening or watching, I think there's two different things going on here. And one was, in terms of our objectives and goals in the next 10 years, very positive and forthright and looking to the future. And the other one was a painful deal with the Morro Bay's current and past. So I don't want to confuse those things. But so with that legal question, thank you, and then I understand where we're going, and I also support this hire.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the public comments. Very pointed, appropriate questions. And I'm going to give you my direct, the process that I went through personally and why I've come to the conclusion that I have tonight with regard to my decision. And my decision is to support the hiring of the individual. And I will go back and say this. When I initially received my packet for the meeting, I was extremely upset over the fact that there was a contract in there for hiring. And as I went through that and read that, my upset had primarily to do with what has been articulated by two members of our community, and that is the process in terms of how it ended up. Not so much that, not at all that this individual was being recommended for hire, but the process for what I'll call daylighting that to the city. I have complete trust and confidence in the city manager. I'm going to say that right now. As I went through and read the information, I set up a time to meet with our city manager to discuss in detail my concerns. But prior to that, my history, as Christine has outlined, contains a bit more information that unfortunately you didn't have as a public that I wish you did have. And that is this, that several years ago, a major study was done that showed that this city was in financial dire straits, my words. Two, that it had been cut to the bone with regard to people resources and staffing. And as a result of that, a repeat study was done that you've just now seen and was also daylighted at least a month ago when a presentation in detail was made to the City Council with regard to where we were on this report 2 or 3 years later. And the report showed somewhat of an improvement, but still significant issues, as you saw tonight, that were outlined. And I also was made aware by the city manager that he was going through the process of evaluating the city, evaluating personnel, and under his purview would have the ability to make recommendations, but also implement, according to his decision, changes in personnel or a reorganization, so to speak. Indeed, after spending at least 6 months here and finding that there was a need for resource changes and individual responsibility changes, began to make those changes which were supported by this city council. I won't outline those, but certainly they're there, and you can look them up. The issue, though, with regard to this is not, this person coming to the community is not a person that has not been significantly vetted by a large number of people. It just so happened that Mr. Buckingham had the opportunity to sit on a panel for another city and was invited because of his knowledge and expertise to help make a decision about a candidate. The candidate happened to be the candidate of choice by almost 90% of those that evaluated the candidate. But unfortunately, the candidate decided that that job was not the job for him. Mr. Buckingham, in my discussion with him, found that he had many transferable skills that were absolutely right at this time for this city, and that were needed to achieve a significant amount of workload that this council has placed upon him and his staff, an almost insurmountable amount of workload. And with that, I've had a concern and directly expressed that to him with regard to the potential for burnout, not only for him, but for his staff, because there was so much to do. And so there was great knowledge with regard to the individual. He was well vetted. There was no need to go out and hire an expensive firm to do a search. There was no need, in my mind, to go through a significant process to open up the job when there was an available individual that apparently had, according to Mr. Buckingham, the skill set that matched significantly what we needed now in Morro Bay. I was made aware of that. I was asked to not interview, but to meet the individual and at least help in a determination of what he had seen as viable attributes that he felt were important for the community. I indeed did meet with the individual, felt that indeed his assessment was correct, and felt comfortable with him moving forward in the hiring process. However, as I told Mr. Buckingham directly, I think the presentation that you saw tonight should have been done prior to the action that we were asked to take on the consent calendar, and I believe that's the crux of the matter. Mr. Buckingham was kind enough to understand that, to acknowledge it, and to very hurriedly, within a period of less than 24 hours, put together the presentation that you saw tonight that was based upon the way that the process occurred. There was nothing contrived. There was nothing done out of order. Nobody was removed to make this position available for this individual, and I will say that openly. And the only change that I would recommend in the future, as I've told Mr. Buckingham directly, that I suggest is that this presentation be made again prior to the agenda item being put on the agenda for approval, and for others who may not have heard the whole story to hear the whole story. And so with that, I want to be as transparent as I possibly can and give you the background of that. And I believe, and again I will reemphasize, that I have significant trust in our city manager. I have significant trust in his ability to discern the transferable skill set of this individual. and that this is a fit for our community that is needed, that will help move the initiatives forward that you see right now, that will help us achieve the goals that we have laid out, and they are numerous, over a very, very rapid period of time. And so, Mr. Mayor and Council, community, I support this. And I also will finish by saying I did not support the 12-month severance. That was adjusted. I did not feel that was fair with regard to other department heads. Those changes have been made, and with those changes being made and those appearing tonight, I am very comfortable with the hiring of this individual. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, John. Noah?
Do you have any colds, John? Just kidding. Thanks for the lead up there, because I agree with a lot of what you said. And I'm glad that we did have the opportunity to review this. I understand that we didn't necessarily, and I think part of the review of this adds to more confusion, because we're reviewing a contract. We're talking about Mr. Taylor already working for the city, and yet here we are reviewing the contract that we could ultimately vote against. So it is an odd situation, and the community, along with myself and other council members and majority of staff, haven't had a chance to meet Mr. Taylor. So this is very much a trust and confidence situation in Mr. Buckingham's assessment. And in the same token, it is also from Mr. Taylor's position and where he's coming from. He's looking at this as a major transition for himself and his family. And yet, knowing that, I was finding myself wrestling very strongly with the severance package as originally proposed. If that had remained, I was fully prepared to vote against this tonight, because of, I think, the precedent of 12 months, a full year, and knowing that we're asking Mr. Taylor to take a leap of faith, we're also taking a leap of faith in that he's going to do a great job for us. And I believe he will, reviewing his records and background and so forth, the things I've heard from people that have met him. I think we're adding a great member to the team. And the item that jumps out to me that we continually go back to is the economic development page, where we have a short-term contract with Mr. Maruska to help guide us through establishing this plan, but at that point, we're almost to the end of the LEAP program. So where are we going to go from here? How are we going to keep this ball moving? I think these are exactly the thoughts that were going through your mind and that we need to address in a very straightforward and aggressive manner. So I think Mr. Taylor sounds to me like he packages that and the ability to work really closely with the community, get out there and sit down in small meetings and large meetings and be able to represent the city well, hear the inputs and main issues, and then put that together in a plan that we can work with and actually implement, and it represents the community itself. So I think that's about all I'll say about this, and very glad that he was willing to reduce that severance component.
Thanks, Noah. I'll go back to public comment. I appreciate all the public comment, and what I got out of that was process, process, and process. That's what I've heard, 3 processes out of our public comment. And I take that seriously, because this kind of pushes my process comfort zone. We shouldn't be having this kind of conversation on a consent item. That said, I think the presentation overview of this addresses some of the concerns. I had same concerns over the 12-month severance, which obviously has been responded to and corrected, amended, adjusted to a level that I think is more reasonable. I am in support of this as well. I think, as it's laid out from the background, John, everybody's already spoke about, all the background for this, including our presentation. Obviously, this will, add to the team that is going to be paddling that board or canoe that we so desperately need to be doing, and adding to the direction and creativeness. So, I am supportive, but I do hear the concerns over process, and I think Mr. Buckingham hears those concerns, and I'm confident that with Mr. Taylor coming to the team, it's going to add to our team of process and basically workload and basically address some of these issues and achieve the goals that we're looking at. So with that, it seems like we do have a unanimous support, and following all the comments, I would take a motion to approve item A3 as amended.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Christine, a second by John. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0. That concludes our consent calendar, and we can move on to public hearings. We'll just move straight on to that unless somebody's in need of a break. 5-minute break? We're okay with 5-minute break? 5-minute break, and we'll be right back. Thank you. Okay, folks, here we go. Thanks for the short break, and now we'll get back to public hearings. Item B1 is resolution number 2215, declaring the intention to continue the program and levy assessments for the 2015-16 fiscal year for the Morro Bay Tourism Business Improvement District, and scheduling a public hearing to levy the assessments. And this item is Ms. Slayton.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mayor
Susan.
Irons.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Irons and council members. The item before you is the resolution to declare the city's intent to continue the activities and assessment of the Morro Bay Tourism Business Improvement District, or MBT bid. The resolution has been amended and handed to you at this meeting in red line format to capture historic actions that were taken by council. Your suggested actions tonight are on the screen, and they are to hold a public meeting to record testimony for and or against the continuation of the Morro Bay T-bid, review the draft fiscal year 2015-16 budget that's in the staff report, as well as the more detailed one adopted by the Morro Bay Tourism Bureau, adopt resolution number 2215 and set the date of May 26, 2015 for a public hearing to levy the assessments. The only change noted to the city's budget, which is on page 1 of the staff report, is the intent to collect 2% of the assessments received for an administration fee. The total estimate for this fee is $15,508. And this concludes my report. Thank you, Mayor Irons.
Thank you, Susan. Any questions for Ms. Slayton? To my left? To my right? Seeing none, I'll open it up for public comment. For those who'd like to speak to this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Susan, I'd just like to thank you. I wasn't quite expecting the amendment on there, but I'll just go through some of the resolution amendment. Last year we had done this, and the resolution had some of the details on basically when the Morro Bay T-bid was formed, the assessment, and it actually started out at one level, then it changed, and then it went back, and then so it tells the complete story about the level of assessment for the whole district. I'm not reading the whole resolution, but it will be adopted at a later date. So this will be the first reading for this. Appreciate that. I'll look to my left for any other discussion points at this point. Seeing none. To my left, to my right, none. Any other discussions? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve this and adopt Resolution 2215 as amended.
So moved.
We have a motion. Second. And a second. So a motion by John, a second by Matt. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you for that. Moving on to item B2. So B2 is resolution number 2315, approving the engineer's report and declaring the intent to levy an annual assessment for the Cloisters Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is our annual visit to the two landscaping lighting districts, the second stop on our annual visits to these two assessment districts. And move on to the recommendation. Staff recommends City Council adopt Resolution 2315, declaring the intent to levy the annual assessment for the maintenance of the Cloisters Park and open space and approving the engineer's report. There's an additional recommendation that's a holdover from last year that I didn't quite edit from the staff report, but was able to remove from the resolution. That's basically recognizing the $87,000 in general fund money that was added back to the assessment district after the money was moved out of the district without the assessees having an opportunity to comment on that and approve, having the council approve that. City Council approved the formation of owner-requested landscaping and lighting maintenance district in 1996, and that was requested by the subdivider. So it was basically one owner at that time. The Cloisters Assessment District was required as part of the approval by the city for the development. The assessment district improvements include a public park, bicycle pathways, right-of-way landscaping, coastal access ways, although the ends of those coastal access ways ended up being constructed on state property, and they needed some work done on them, and the state declined to have that work done, and so now the pathways ends at that close to that state property line without the more enhanced access ways. Environmentally sensitive habitat restoration, scenic conservation easement for view, open space, passive recreation, coastal access, and none of which will be developed by improvements or any structures. The Cloisters Assessment District is funded by 122 property owners paying towards the $100,048,944 annual assessment. A little more summary. In last year, the city recognized it was inappropriate to recoup the general fund expenses and reimburse the district with $87,743.61. And with a resolution a couple of weeks ago, 14-15, council ordered the preparation of the engineer's report. Engineer's report did contain miscellaneous typographical errors, and I have to thank Dawn Beatty for helping me with the editing of that engineer's report. Without her assistance and continued assistance, she found a couple more that I'm going to have to deal with. I think we're going to start a little bit earlier so she and I can work closer together on that engineer's report, and we might be close to perfect next year. I think with Dawn's help, we will be.
I would expect.
Well, she is an engineer.
She is,
She
yes.
is an engineer, so. Major expenditures in the assessment district are contract maintenance operations at $99,000. We're projecting for this year. Utilities at about $30,000, although those may drop as we move further into water restrictions. We could see a drop in water utilities. Some engineering services that we're going to need to use for the resurfacing, estimated at about $10,000. Probably won't get near that amount. Our capital reserve in the assessment district, especially with the infusion of the cash last year, is approaching $75,000. So we'd like to plan to use some of that money with the replacement of the interpretive panels. The 6 interpretive panels were in dire need of replacement. They've been very severely weathered, and those will be replaced with the fossil type product interpretive panel, the ones that we see on the Harbor Walk, the ones that have the 20-year lifetime against fading. And then resurfacing of the asphalt pathways through the assessment district. There's about a couple hundred square feet of actual pavement repair that we would need to do on those pathways. And then I think it's about 56,000 and change square feet of actual surface that we would slurry. You can see that the asphalt is aging, losing a little bit of the oils from the surface, and if we don't get it now, we'll be facing much more expenses in the future. Oh, and the required spreadsheet in PowerPoint presentations, the one small enough that nobody can actually read the numbers. I've included that goes through. This is our budget worksheets that shows the revenue coming into the district and then the expenditures going out of it for the last few years, along with our estimates for 2016. We will be ending 2016 in the black with about $4,500 in excess of what we plan on spending in the district. Staff recommendation, again, is to adopt Resolution 2315, declaring its intent to levy the annual assessments for the maintenance of the Cloisters Park open space and improving the engineer's report. The proposed assessments are $148,944, or $1,241.20 per assessable parcel for fiscal year 15-16. The resolution also schedules the required public hearing for the regular city council meeting June 23rd, 2015, this building, Veterans Memorial Building, 209 Surf Street, of course, in Morro Bay. That concludes my staff report, and happy to answer any questions, take public comment, and then address those. Thank you.
Great, Rod. Thanks. Great report. Any questions to my left? None to my left, to my right. Seeing none, I'll open it up for public comment. No public comment. We'll bring it back to council and for discussion. And I'll look to my left for discussion. Christine?
I just want to compliment the teamwork that's been happening in the last 6 months, perhaps 6 months, I think is accurate. Less. Yeah. So we want to, I know that I've been speaking frequently over the last 2 years to the neighbors in the Cloisters. They're dangerously close to my neighborhood, so they tend to catch me a lot. But teasing aside, listened a lot to the very fair concerns of the neighborhood in terms of the services they were receiving for their assessment. And I think that tonight's response from the neighborhood, which is there is no response to your staff report, Mr. Levick, means that you're working in collaboration with the neighbors, respecting their opinions and listening to their concerns. I know there have been several walkabouts to point out problem areas, and very responsive. And I want to just thank the residents for continuing to bring things forward when the city wasn't serving them appropriately as should be. And thank you, Mr. Levick, and I know that Mr. Wilcox also, and thank Mr. Buckingham for taking the lead in pulling people together and solving some of those long-standing and languishing issues that truly were ones of customer service more than anything else. So I appreciate it, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Christine. John, Noah?
Yeah, I did want to also compliment Mr. Levick for what I'm seeing to be a very responsive approach to some of the longer-standing needs out there. And the one that was brought up recently was the concern about the sprinklers in the median strips and parkways, and also the planting of annuals that need a lot of maintenance, annual plants that are continually needed to be overturned and replanted. And you pick that up right off and are transitioning those out, have a plan to do that, and then also to hear the work on the asphalt parkways. That's been something that's been a concern for multiple years, and you're absolutely right. It's to a point now where if we didn't take care of it, it would become much more expensive. So great work.
Thanks for everybody's comments. I will echo those, and the Cloisters group and Dawn, I know, taking the lead on a lot of this from the Cloisters representatives and community folks there and their concerns and championing those, and obviously amongst staff and Rob and everyone turning things around and getting things on the table. Of note, I think to have the capital, the improvement that's going on with that, I think part of that is building up those capitals over a couple of years to get that capital fund back up again, to take on other projects as they come up, instead of just having a maintenance fund and just continuing to do maintenance but not being able to do some of the more capital projects that you were describing. So great to see that. Thanks for the participation. Thanks for the report. And I would take a motion to approve resolution number 2315 of the engineer's report and declaring the intent to levy an annual assessment for the Cloisters and Landscaping Lighting Maintenance Assessment District.
I would move resolution number 2315.
We have a motion and a second. Motion by Christine, a second by Noah. Any discussion?
I was remiss. I forgot to thank Ms. Slayton for her work on finance and sorting it out, also with on staff, our finance director sorting things out as well.
Yep.
Thank you.
Great comment. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0. Thanks very much. Moving on to item B.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. May I make just a couple more comments on Cloisters?
Okay.
One, there will be another walkabout. That's our next meeting that we've scheduled. So I don't have it on my calendar in front of me, but that'll be our next meeting. And I promised Don that I would get the Survey Monkey going sooner than the week before the meeting. And then you may have noticed out there, if you've been out there, that we've cut back on our watering, and that's due to drought. We have some signs posted out there, and we've actually shut off the watering from the, as Mr. Buckingham likes my favorite term, the inactive turf areas, or the grass that you don't play on, ornamental turf areas. But we've severely cut back the watering on the active turf areas also, but keeping enough water on it so not kill it completely. That way, if we do commence watering it, we'll not have to restore the grass there. So with that, we can move on to the next one. And
Great. Appreciate that. Item B3 is resolution number 2415, approving the engineer's report and declaring the intent to levy the annual assessment for the North Point Natural Area Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance Assessment District. This, Mr. Livick.
Okay, I have a briefer PowerPoint on this one. This is another assessment district. This is a little bit to the north of there. Staff recommends City Council adopt Resolution 24-15, approving the engineer's report, declaring the intent to levy the annual assessments for the maintenance of the North Point Natural Area. This, again, was a condition of development, Track 2110, North Point development, where there was dedication of a lot for park purposes, and also a condition to maintain that through an assessment district. Improvements include paved parking areas, stairway, providing access to the beach, benches, landscaping, irrigation, and other improvements. The major expenditures for this one are quite a bit less than the Cloisters project. Of course, it's a lot smaller of an area. We're looking at about $400 in maintenance costs, and about $2,000 in utilities that we'll be spending there. With that natural area, we don't do a whole lot of maintenance to the landscaping there. It's mainly maintenance on the miscellaneous improvements, the stairway, which had a major rehab last year, and benches, trash cans, that sort of thing out there. Again, the required spreadsheet that nobody can read, but it does go through the budget with an anticipated total expenditure in this assessment district of $2,700, which is slightly less than about half of what the annual assessment. So we'll be building up that capital reserve to be able to maintain that stairway, that beautiful stairway that was put in last year. A recommendation on this is, again, recommend approval of Resolution 2415, approving the engineer's report, declaring the intent to levy annual assessments for the maintenance of the North Point Natural Area. Proposed assessments are $5,645 in total, or $565.50 per assessable parcel for fiscal year 15-16. The resolution will also schedule a public hearing for the regular City Council meeting on June 23rd. This building, 209 Surf Street, of course, in Morro Bay. That concludes my staff report, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Rob. Any questions for staff? To my left, to my right, seeing none, we'll open public comment for any questions on this item. Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back for discussion. These are annual assessments that we go through, so if it seems pretty routine, it's because it is. And so thanks very much. I take a motion to approve Resolution 2415 as recommended.
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Heading and a second by Matt. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0. That concludes item B3, and we're now moving on to item C1. Item C1 is the discussion and direction for the future Morro Bay Water Reclamation Facility and the monthly WRF project progress update. And we're getting things set up. So, 8, 23.
Well, the good news is that Mr. Livick is going to build a WRF with the same level of public engagement and in the same timeline as he sorted out the cloisters. 6 months. So, Mr. Mayor, Council, and members of the public, the purpose of this presentation is to review where we've been in the last 2+ years and where we're going over the next 5 to 7 years regarding the new City of Morro Bay water reclamation facility. Our recommendation is that the City Council approve the attached resolution or consider amending it and approve it. This resolution, in general terms, states that Morro Bay will build a treatment facility that is owned and operated by the City of Morro Bay, is master planned to be feasible and scalable, providing the opportunity for neighbors to opt in as future customers of a regional facility, that rates will include all Morro Bay developmental costs beginning from January 2013, that the staff will release requests for proposals for program management and environmental review quickly, that the WRFCAC, the Reclamation Facility Citizens Advisory Subcommittee, will make recommendations on facility master plan proposals, that we will commit to a thorough review of all treatment technologies, and that we commit to decommission the existing wastewater treatment plant on the ocean front as soon as possible. The agenda, first, we're going to conduct a review of sort of Morro Bay and Cayucas activities over the past 2 years. The council has heard this. The more committed members of the JPA viewing public heard this at the JPA, but we believe it's important for those watching now and to sort of read into the public record the past 2 years of activities. And then number 2, we'll review the particular considerations going forward, and then review the council resolution, the recommended council resolution, and then turn it over to you for your questions, public comment, deliberation, and possible action. So here's the sort of quick 2+ year history lesson, and it's an important history lesson as we sense where we are and where we're going in the years ahead. So the existing Morro Bay Cayucas wastewater treatment plant is 62 years old. It sits in a floodplain that is subject to coastal hazards such as tsunami and other hazards. That treatment plant dumps 850,000 gallons to 1 million gallons of treated water into the ocean every day, and it must be replaced. It is being gently maintained as a 62-year-old plant to prevent sort of environmental catastrophe, but it must be replaced. Over many years, excuse me, the existing Morro Bay CSD and worked jointly on plans to rehabilitate and then plans to replace the existing treatment plant at the existing site. That was sort of many years back. In 2013, January, the Coastal Commission denied a permit to build a new wastewater treatment plant at the existing site. And recently, in February 2015, the Water Board issued another letter stating that the anticipated permit for the existing site will expire in the year 2021, about 6 years. So that's the situation. Here's the past 2 years. Following the 2013 Coastal Commission denial, Cayucas and Morro Bay decided to go separate ways to study wastewater solutions for their respective jurisdictions. Both jurisdictions commenced efforts to determine the most appropriate solution for their stakeholders. Much of the work done by Morro Bay, but not all of it, was important due diligence to help determine the best site for a future water reclamation facility. We'll double tap that point that much of the work that Morro Bay has done over the past 2 years was essential work, essential investigative due diligence to determine where we could and should build a site or build a treatment facility in the future. On Cayucas' part, in early 2013, Cayucas hired a very good firm, WSC Consultants, to conduct a, quote, conceptual alternative selection, which to identify possible solutions for a Cayucas wastewater treatment plant. WSC's $20,000 project resulted in an 18-page memo, 18 pages including pictures and tables, dated the 11th of July, 2013. It identified 3 conceptual possibilities for Cayucas to build a treatment facility. The existing Morro Bay site, an unidentified site somewhere near Cayucas, and the California Men's Colony. Those were the 3 possible alternatives. A number of key points from that memo are important. First, the memo concluded that those were conceptual alternatives that were chosen to approximate a range of potential projects that might be implemented by the district. It was not a sort of a conclusive scientific study with engineering cost estimates. It was an overview to say, hey, here's 3 choices. And I quote, WSC recommends the district coordinate with other stakeholder agencies to consider these conceptual alternatives broadly, to establish evaluation and screening methodology between sites, and to select a set of preferred alternatives and sub-alternatives for more detailed evaluation and feasibility assessment. And finally, the memo specifically stated that cost estimates contained therein were to be considered as, quote, order of magnitude planning level costs only. That's sort of engineer talk for close, but not really, but just to sort of put things in a ballpark. The actions that Cayucas took on receipt of the WSC memo, and contrary to the WSC memo's recommendation, Cayucas did not conduct any further engineering studies or any significant professional evaluations of those potential sites. Specifically, they did not engage any professional services to consider the conceptual alternatives as suggested in the WSC memo, to establish evaluation and screening methodology, or to conduct a more detailed evaluation and feasibility assessment. Based on the WSC memo and their internal analysis, Cayucas declared the California Men's Colony to be their preferred option for a new wastewater treatment plant. It was not an exhaustive professional process. It was a conceptual view, and then a decision. For Morro Bay, on your part, our part, from January 2013 until May of 2014, Morro Bay paid about $510,000 for numerous detailed studies, engineering reports, and cost analyses to identify the most cost-effective site and feasible site at which to construct a new regional water reclamation facility. Significant public outreach in Morro Bay established 7 community-derived goals for the project. That was done in December 2013, and set a 5-year goal for construction. That was February of 2014. The consultants engaged by Morro Bay conducted those things that the WSC memo recommended Cayucas do. Specifically, they conducted conceptual alternative analyses, they established evaluation and screening methodologies, and they conducted a detailed evaluation and feasibility assessment. Based on the breadth and the depth of those engineering reports, Morro Bay identified the, quote, Rancho Colina site as their preferred site. In May of 2014, in order to address county, water board, and CSD interest in a regional California Men's Colony facility, Morro Bay paid an additional $87,000 for a, quote, apples-to-apples comparison of the California Men's Colony site to the Rancho Colina site, essentially to absolutely confirm that Rancho Colina was the most cost-effective, or to determine if perhaps the California Men's Colony site might be both feasible and fiscally efficient. Having already ruled out CMC as too expensive, Morro Bay would not have spent that $90,000 to compare the California Men's Colony to Rancho Colina had it not been for the interest of those other stakeholders in the CMC option. But I would just note that wanting to be a good regional partner, we went that step to conduct that detailed cost analysis. And those cost analyses are ones I referred to earlier during public comment, that a robust alternatives analysis and cost projections for 2 different sites have been completed by professionals who do this for a business. In a head-to-head comparison based on studies by several independent engineering firms, Rancho Colina was a decisive winner. This chart shows that out of 11 areas that the 2 sites were assessed, Rancho Colina was a clear winner in 8 of those areas. 3 of them were a tie, and in none of them did the California Men's Colony rise to the top as the best site. I mentioned the cost comparison. This shows the cost comparison that resulted from those studies. The left-hand column, the first line is what we call Phase 1, or reclamation ready, or really a wastewater treatment facility. And then the second line, Phase 2, is water reclamation, or a full water reclamation facility. And what you see is that for Phase 1 and Phase 2 together, California Men's Colony was projected to cost $167 million, and the Rancho Colina site, again for Phase 1 and Phase 2 together, $102 million. So the CMC site for full reclamation was identified to be $65 million, or 64% more expensive than Rancho Colina. Also, operational costs, the O&M, operations and maintenance cost at the California Men's Colony were projected to be 40% more expensive than Rancho Colina. Energy costs and other costs based on the distance really from Morro Bay primarily. I'll note here that the Phase 1 number for Rancho Colina is $74 million. We'll come to that in a few minutes, but that is the Phase 1 engineer estimate for a fully functional water treatment facility at the Rancho Colina site, and then the Phase 2 would be a reclamation component of that. Based on that, in November and December of 2014, both Morro Bay and Cayucas together expressed a site preference for the Rancho Colina site. So really in November and December, the 2 jurisdictions came back together after a year and a half or so of going separate ways, and they agreed on site preference for Rancho Colina. The boards then began to work together toward construction at Rancho Colina. They worked toward an MOU to set common goals, to share costs, and to establish a combined citizens committee related to the new water reclamation facility in order to keep the project moving forward. On March the 20th of 2015, together the staffs released a facilities master plan RFP with proposals due today, actually, on the 12th of May. In the past 6 weeks, Morro Bay is contracted for biological, archaeological, geotech, fatal flaws analyses to further confirm the feasibility of the Rancho Colina site. Morro Bay also initiated a salinity source identification and control study to address water quality for reuse. So that brings us to week before last. At the April 2015 JPA meeting 2 weeks ago, Morro Bay gave this presentation and outlined the next steps to be taken together, both boards. At that meeting, Morro Bay passed the resolution that is printed there that you know well, which essentially, or not essentially, specifically said that we intend to work together with Cayucas to work cooperatively to construct a regional wastewater treatment plant at the, quote, preferred site by 2021. And then it went on to talk about working in good faith to share costs based on the percentages that had come to be accepted, to establish common goals, to release RFPs, and essentially to keep the project moving forward. At that JPA meeting 2 weeks ago, Cayucas chose neither to consider nor to vote on the proposed motion to continue working together. So Morro Bay clearly indicated a desire to work cooperatively in good faith toward a regional facility, and Cayucas chose not to take up that motion and not to vote on it. Cayucas presented a resolution that the CSD board had approved 1 hour before the JPA meeting. That resolution declared the CSD intention to, quote, suspend consideration of participation in the Morro Bay WRF project. It also stated that they would independently pursue other alternatives for wastewater treatment, and it specifically repealed all previous commitments made to work cooperatively with Morro Bay. The current situation, thus, is that the existing wastewater treatment plant must still be replaced, and rebuilding at the current site is untenable. At this point, Cayucas is clearly not a willing partner. A regional solution is still preferable, but Morro Bay must move forward. The Prop 218 process is ongoing. The public hearing is 2 weeks from tonight. The RFP for facilities master planning has been modified to be a two-party contract between Morro Bay and any bidders, and we received 2 proposals, Rob? Yes. We received 2 proposals today or yesterday? Today, a little before 2. And so we have 2 proposals that we will get to evaluate, and both of those proposals are written as two-party contracts. The RFPs for program management and the environmental review should be released as soon as possible to keep this moving forward. Cayucas does own a 40% stake in much of the wastewater treatment plant property at the existing location. And the Morro Bay WRFCAC met last week in a special meeting to ensure that we had their input not only prior to this meeting, but prior to staff releasing the staff report for this meeting. So the JPA meeting was Thursday night 2 weeks ago. The WRFCAC met on Thursday 1 week later in a specially called meeting to make sure that we got their input, and then here we are tonight with their input to this report. So here is a review. That's sort of the history and the where we are. And this is a review of particular considerations going forward. This is sort of the what we need to do part of the presentation. First, those are the 7 goals that our community developed for this project with robust public input. In December of 2013, they were approved, and we all recommend that those remain the Morro Bay project goals for a Morro Bay WRF. Here's the non-engineer's view of the timeline. As an engineer, I'm fully capable of translating from engineer into non-engineer. I guess that's my role here. So this is the project timeline. At the top, you see 3 black bars. We're in the planning phase now. We've got about a year and a half of planning to do, and then we'll enter a 4-year phase of design and construction of the wastewater treatment plant portion, the phase 1 portion of the water reclamation facility. And then there's about a 2-year phase 2 portion. That's the water reclamation facility portion. I should note that it is not essential that those are sequential. So if conditions are right, the phase 2 piece could begin before the phase 1 piece is complete, and we would be at full reclamation earlier than the projection of 2022. The program management, first let me start on the left. In green, you see the fatal flaws analyses. Those are ongoing now. I mentioned those, geotech, hydro, and other essential analyses to confirm that Rancho Colina site is indeed a feasible option from the sort of hydrogeological
standpoint.
Perspective. Thank you. The next thing you see underneath there, the facilities master planning consultant is in amber. That, well, as I just mentioned, that actually can now be green. We've received those bids back, and we'll be going through with your recommendation. There they are, the process to select one of those two fine firms to help us master plan. The other two things that need to start very, very quickly are the program management and the environmental review. And so we want you to direct staff to very quickly release RFPs for program management and environmental review. And then you'll see we'll go through the water treatment plant design build contract and then the water reclamation piece. I want to take just a moment, and this is really addressing some of those Prop 218 concerns that are out there on the street. The Rancho Colina cost study was conducted by a professional engineering firm. They are precise and reliable estimates for this stage of a 5-year process. Building a $70 million facility over 5 years takes a detailed engineering analysis, takes lots of work, there's lots of unknowns, and at the beginning you make the very best estimate that you can, and that's what we've got, is the best possible estimate or projection of what this project will cost. The cost study that we are relying on considered a water reclamation facility with Cayucas, but it also projected costs for a smaller and less expensive facility without Cayucas. So addressing specifically some of the Prop 218 concerns, we have great cost projections from professional engineers on what a Morro Bay alone facility would cost. The cost study considered current costs and bids for current projects around California, and Bartle Wells's professional rate study was based on the detailed engineer's estimate of construction costs for the Rancho Colina site. So we had the detailed estimate for Rancho Colina, whether it was with Cayucas or without, then we built the rates on that estimate. This chart, which you saw in November and the public saw in November, and then again in December, was the comparison of the California Men's Colony in the left column, Rancho Colina with CSD in the middle column, and then Rancho Colina Morro Bay alone or without CSD in the right column. This demonstrates that indeed for 6 months the city has had reliable cost estimates for a Morro Bay without Rancho Colina contingency in case that happened. You'll notice circled in green there that we therefore anticipate that if Cayucas remains out of the project, that this will be a $67 million, not a $74 million Phase 1 design build for the future WRF. I want to take a minute and to give you our math on those costs and how they relate to rates. The engineer's cost estimate, as I just noted, for construction at Rancho Colina was $74 million, and then the Phase 2 water reclamation component was an additional $28 million. So looking at that $74 million, which is what the rates were based on, the Morro Bay share of that $74 million was about $55.5 million. That is, the Morro Bay share was projected to be up to 75% of the total project cost. That's how we had managed the rates, and therefore we set our rates to be able to finance a project that came in at $55.5 million, relying on Cayucas to provide the additional, or the balance to reach $74 million. I should say relying on Cayucas ratepayers factored into the equation. The initial staff estimate, as you just saw, I shouldn't say staff estimate, the initial professional engineering estimate of a Morro Bay-only wastewater treatment plant is $67 million. The proposed rate increases, which, by the way, are to be enacted, as with all rate increases, only as required, provided about $10 million in funding beyond the estimated $55.5 million requirement. That is, the proposed Prop 218 rates could fund a wastewater treatment plant of up to about $65.5 million. So those rates were set not only to barely reach $55.5 million, but knowing that we were going to go into a phase 2 at some time to start to work that direction. And so the rates were built so that we had the latitude, if required, to go up to about $65 million and build. Also, the construction costs include a 30% contingency. That's a contingency for if things go sideways, if there's significant cost overruns in construction. So that equates to about $20 million, a 30% contingency, and payment on a state revolving fund loan does not start until 1 year after completion of construction. So the proposed Prop 218 rates are good for 5 years. They are set, they're right-sized for us for 5 years for Morro Bay to build a wastewater treatment plant at Rancho Colina without Cayucas. If the wastewater treatment plant consumed the entire 30% contingency and the $10 million buffer, professional calculation is the top rate could increase about $7.75 a month. That's sort of if everything went wrong, that the rates could increase from where they are, $7.75 a month. But again, the rates are set for 5 years. We're 5.5 years or so from completing construction. So the rates are perfectly right-sized and timed for now, and then we will, as we complete construction, we'll know exactly where we are. Is a regional solution possible? A regional solution remains preferable. Morro Bay ratepayers will certainly pay less if Cayucas ratepayers share in the costs of building and operating a regional facility. There is goodness in doing major construction projects with a partner, at least with a partner's rates. During facility master planning, we are able to design a scalable and feasible facility, one that could be Morro Bay only, or one that could be Morro Bay with Cayucas. So the master planning part of the process, no dirt gets moved, nothing gets, no concrete gets poured. It's the conceptual piece and the planning piece of how everything would fit together, how the process would go, looking at technologies, and during that process, we can easily master plan for a plant that is Morro Bay alone, or one that is Morro Bay with Cayucas as a partner. That will not slow us down at all or cost us more. So that would allow Morro Bay to move decisively forward now while preserving the option, perhaps for about a year, for Cayucas to opt in as customers to a regional water reclamation facility. Customers added after Morro Bay rates increase as planned will increase their cost. So that's one of the things you'll see in the resolution. Our investment to date, the city of Morro Bay has invested just short of $600,000 on due diligence in planning for a new wastewater reclamation facility. That number is since the January 2013 Coastal Commission permit denial, and that will increase when staff time focused solely on the new wastewater treatment plant is included. To be fair to our ratepayers, expenses incurred by the city of Morro Bay and directly associated with the construction of a new WRF should be calculated and included as part of the construction cost of a new facility. Both current ratepayers and any who buy in the months or years ahead should share development and construction costs. A note here on playing defense. If what I just described was playing offense and getting a new water reclamation facility, it's important to think about playing defense. Morro Bay and the entire region and the state have an enormous stake in ensuring operation of the existing oceanfront water treatment plant are terminated and that the site is appropriately redeveloped at the earliest possible point in time. Morro Bay should work closely with various regulating agencies and with other stakeholders to ensure that the current water treatment plant is not allowed to continue to operate past the opening date of the new WRF at Rancho Colina. As noted before, our WRF-CAC has been tremendous. They continue to provide exceptional analysis and recommendations. The advisory committee held a special meeting last week to consider the recent Cayucas resolution abandoning their partnership with Morro Bay. The WRF-CAC made a number of excellent recommendations, and every one of their recommendations, all recommendations of our recommendations in this presentation were made by the WRF-CAC. So there's complete agreement between the WRF-CAC and the staff in this presentation that you see. So our recommendation follows that we build a wastewater treatment or a water reclamation facility that is wholly owned and operated by the City of Morro Bay, that we master plan for a scalable facility that could incorporate not only current Morro Bay flows and with appropriate additional capacity for increased future flows due to revitalization or build-out, but also could include CSD flows. Our recommendation is that all Morro Bay costs incurred since January 2013 be counted as development cost and included in future rates. That we release proposal or request for proposals for both program management and for environmental review as soon as possible. That the WRF-CAC ad hoc subcommittee with appropriate city staff recommend the best facility master planning proposal to the City Council for contract award. So we recommend that you rely on the WRF-CAC subcommittee, ad hoc subcommittee, with staff to select the best facility master plan proposal and recommend that to you. Recommend that we ensure that the facility master plan includes consideration of all appropriate treatment technologies. That we complete an MOU by the 1st of August 2015 outlining procedures for potential purchase of the Rancho Colina property. That we work with LAFCO to annex the Rancho Colina site into Morro Bay. That we make a commitment to decommission the existing wastewater treatment plant as soon as possible. That while we are maintaining appropriate operational, environmental, and safety margins, that we minimize spending on the existing wastewater treatment plant to the level that is essential to meet permit compliance. In other words, we don't want to waste money on the old plant while we're constructing a new one. But we do want to run a plant that is within the permit requirements, that's safe, and that's environmentally sound. Recommend that we work productively with all interested or regulatory agencies, Coastal, Water Board, all the appropriate agencies, LAFCO, that we prepare a local coastal amendment requiring cessation of all WWTP activities at the current site once essential conditions have been met at the new wastewater treatment plant. So that completes our presentation and recommendations. There are 3 slides here with the text of the resolution. You have seen that. I'm not going to read through it, but the text of the resolution says in resolution language those recommendations that I just outlined for you. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it over to you.
Great, thank you for that detailed report. It's a long story, and there's a lot to it, but a story that's necessary to be told to the community. With that, are there any questions from council? I'll look to my left. Matt, do you want to lead us off with some questions?
Actually, I do. Would you prefer, Dave, questions about your presentations, or Rob, is this the time, or Mr. Mayor, is this the time to ask a more general question about the cost? We're looking at $74 million, more or less. But one general cost or question that's come up with this latest, the 218 process that's going on right now, that's been brought to my attention, is why has the cost of this wastewater treatment plant gone up so much since in the last bidding process that we had a number of years ago? When we had Montgomery Watson and Perk Water, they came in with their bidding processes for the existing site, but now the costs have tripled. Is this the wrong time to ask this question? Okay.
Questions are appropriate at this time.
Well, I know, but I mean, looking at your presentation here, that wasn't necessarily included, so it's kind of beyond the purview, and I don't want to waste time here. So if we want to ask it another time, I'm totally fine with that.
Great, I'm going to have Rob.
Let's move forward on it. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Let me maybe deal with the PERC issue first.
And I'm sorry, if I can interrupt again, I'm sorry, Rob. It doesn't necessarily have to be PERC. It could be the
okay, we'll call it a PERC type
yes,
facility.
It could be just a membrane technology instead of the existing. Okay.
So there are many different ways to deliver a wastewater treatment plant. You can design it, put it out to bid, and build it. You can go out to design bid, where you turn it over to a team that designs and delivers a project. That was a company that we worked, or that was proposing to Morro Bay to substitute the process that we were working on with a design build project. It was PERC. They had thrown some numbers around out there in various public meetings that their plant might cost $21 million. That was construction costs. It didn't include everything that goes along with it. For example, if we look at the Santa Paula example, $24 million was what was thrown about when they were first discussing it. The cost to Santa Paula was $62 million, and they just issued a $70 million bond to buy the plant back for the city to avoid some long-term costs. So we have to remember that when we compare costs, we're comparing apples and apples. We're comparing total project costs. The $34 million project that we're looking at the existing facility was well along in the process when we had that number. Contingencies get reduced as you have more certainty in your design. So we were at about 30% design when that project went away due to coastal action. You have more precise numbers. So you carry larger contingencies, as with where we're at on this project, earlier on in the process, and as you establish certainty, you can reduce those contingencies. There's been a little bit of inflation, believe it or not, in costs since in the last 5 years, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 million. And this new project adds somewhere around $8 to $10 million in pipeline, pumping, and conveyance costs to pump that wastewater out of town. So given the contingencies, uncertainty in construction costs, compared to a project that was much more certain in construction costs, the inflation and the additional costs due to its needing to move it outside about a mile upstream of where the existing plant is. Those are things that add to those costs.
No, thanks, Rob. That explains it, because I know there's going to be more and more, because I don't think everybody's in town is watching this right now, so there's going to be a lot of, there's going to be a lot of those questions going forward. So next, and I guess, Dave, you brought it up, and looking at the presentation, when the time comes, or the appropriate time to talk about these various technologies will be during the FMP process?
We'll be addressing a variety of technologies through the process.
And how would you envision or prognosticate that the public will be involved in that?
I haven't read the proposals yet, so I don't know how the consultants are.
Well, I know that WRF-CAC is totally involved, but
Yeah.
I'm sure we're going to be opening it up to the public, and I know we're going to
I
have
can envision a workshop or two to maybe a wastewater 101 class for those that want to join me in a discussion on treatment technologies. That would be a lot of fun to do on maybe we can take Scott's time on a Saturday morning to talk about wastewater. All kidding aside,
I'll rescue Rob here and say so those things, but I would love to, and we've started to talk about hosting sort of an all-comers study session or public meeting and invite various builders using various technology. Now, what technology we use, the water we get out of the kind of water we get out of the other end is going to help define what kind of plant we would build. But there will still be some technology options in there. And so we were batting around the other day. We think it'd be a great idea to fill this room with wastewater treatment plant builders of various technologies, let them do wastewater 101 from their perspective, and give the public and the staff an opportunity to ask them tough questions. We can ask the traditional builders tough questions about why their costs do this, this, and this. We can ask PERC tough questions about why Sao Paulo went from 20 million to 60 million, or 30 million to 60 million, but to have a very open discussion. So I think a public sort of vetting is probably the wrong word, but an opportunity of engagement with different potential builders and invite them here to do that would be a great thing.
But reiterate what Dave said, the water quality, the water use of the end product is what drives the treatment technology. If we were going to build a plant to discharge secondary partial or primary treated effluent to the ocean, it's going to be a different plant than we build to ultimately do direct potable reuse. So effluent or ultimate product water is what will drive the treatment process.
And then also my last question, sorry to keep going, is talking about the question that was brought up earlier about the cost of state water, i.e. water versus debt and maintenance, and looking at this long-term with whatever wastewater treatment and back to water reclamation facility we build in lieu of or in light of state water. So were those numbers correct in terms of what the acre feet cost us?
They were generally ballpark correct. It's state water is about $1,600 an acre foot in round numbers. About $50 an acre foot is the wet water cost, and it's debt serviced and fixed costs that cost the majority of it, and we're obligated to pay for our 1,313 acre feet of debt service whether we take that water or not.
And then I guess, how will we dispel and or engage the continuing with state water versus this water reclamation facility?
So we'll have a decision to make in 7-ish years when the debt is paid off, whether we want to continue to engage in the state water project, reduce our amount of state water, or discontinue it. We need to have probably a not all of our eggs in one basket approach in the future as we I think we currently do. Maybe we have a little bit of a desal basket, but not very big. So, we need to diversify that water supply, which is a council goal to look at diversifying the water supply. I don't believe that there'll ever be an end to debt service for the state water project, because there's a big project looming out there that was talked about earlier, and while the costs may be less, there still will be ultimately debt service. 10 years from now, some of the things that were built to serve Morro Bay will be needing to be replaced, and if we continue on, we'll continue to pay for those costs.
Okay. No, thank you. I didn't want to stray too far from your presentation, but I thought state water does tie into this a bit. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Christine?
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks for the great overview of where we've been, where we're going. So 3 questions. What are our plans to stay in touch, or how do we plan to stay in touch with Cayucas moving forward? I know that we'll be meeting with them to discuss the current plant and the operation of that. That would be to meet our JPA requirement, but I'm wondering just in general, I know the reason I'm asking is I ran into one of our employees who interacts frequently with Cayucas staff on the wastewater, on the collection system and things like that. And I just, made the point that we're still working actively with Cayucas every day to ensure that both our communities are getting proper service at the current plant. So just wanting to know if there would be a way, how will we know, is there a mechanism for you to find out how they're doing or what their plans are, just so that we're not surprised at some point. And, I'd also, if they've got something moving forward and they're pretty sure that they're not going to need to partner with us again, because they did say suspend, which kind of leaves it out there. So I wouldn't want to lose touch at this point since they haven't fully withdrawn.
2 things I'd say. One, at the management level, operating the current shared wastewater treatment facility, I am very confident that while there may be a personal disagreement between the 2 jurisdictions, a professional disagreement on what's best for the 2 communities, that it's not personal, and that we will continue to work very closely together to operate the best possible wastewater treatment plant until we can close it. And so I'm very confident that Bruce and his team, Rob, our relationship with Rick Kuhn, that we'll stay in touch very closely on the current jointly run treatment facility. We've also talked a bit about, and I am looking for ways, every possible way to keep not just the CSD board, but to keep the residents of Cayucas informed about the status of the Morro Bay project. Because I think it is only beneficial for City of Morro Bay ratepayers if we are all together in this, and if Cayucas rates or flows and rates are part of the project. So we've got some initial plans for how to do that. Want to do it professionally, and do it very publicly, very transparently, though. And so I can think of a number of ways to keep the citizens of Cayucas informed on what we're doing over here, and perhaps they will do the same thing, and we'll be able to see or hear what they're doing.
Okay, great, thanks. And then second question.
Just, can I add a little bit to that?
Sorry, Mr. Levick.
That's okay. At a minimum level, we'll continue to send them the publicly available drafts of all of our documents that would be hitting the street. And I just want to reiterate what Dave said. It's not only advantageous for the citizens of Morro Bay, it's advantageous for the citizens of Cayucas economically to share in the operations of one facility. So it's not just the advantage of Morro Bay, it's the entire Estero Bay community that would benefit.
Exactly, I agree. As I'm sure a number of us do in this community, have friends and people that we know in Cayucas who are asking information from me, and we're very willing to share all of the Morro Bay information. And basically, it's all on the website, so it's just directing them there. they could also watch our meetings at home right now if they wanted to. But I don't think we have the same ability. I don't believe they're going to televise, or I guess they don't have, there's no way for us to keep up in the same way with.
They don't
CMB.
televise their meetings. They're generally in the late afternoons. On Thursdays is when they hold their CSD Board of Directors meetings. So short of sending a staff member to sit in on their meetings
Right.
and to transcribe what they say, we wouldn't know other than a summary from the general manager of what transpired at that meeting.
Right, but the meetings are open to the public, so people in Morro Bay who are curious, they're more than, I'm just confirming, they're more than able to attend the meetings and hear the updates.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then have we communicated or have we heard feedback about the Cayuga suspension of their participation from either Coastal or Water Board or other agency?
No, I have not yet. It's not been that long yet since we've made this, and we wanted to reach out to our council before we express this concern outside of this little world that we live in right here.
I am preparing, based on what you do tonight, to communicate to regional stakeholders the current status of Morro Bay's project and where we're going.
Okay, great. I would encourage that, and then I'm sure you'll let everyone know what we hear back. That would be good to know. And then I'm looking at the resolution, and I'm looking at letter M, and I have a question. If you could just talk to us briefly about what kind of an amendment process this would be, and the requirement that it would take, and staff resources, and just how will we move that along, timing-wise? How long would it take? What do you foresee?
It probably fits well into the schedule of our general plan LC. We were discussing this afternoon. This letter M, for those that don't have the program.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't read it.
Letter M is prepare a local coastal plan program amendment in coordination with the California Coastal Commission, which requires cessation of all wastewater treatment plant activities at the current site once the new Morro Bay WRF is approved by the Regional Water Quality Control Board and fully operational, while still allowing the use of the outfall for disposal purposes. So that is letter M as stated in the resolution. The planning side of that, I think that dovetails in with our existing work program on the local coastal program general plan amendments that we've already commenced working on. That has a timeline of somewhere around 3 years for it. We're talking about not having a plant operational for somewhere around 5 years. So I think we have some float in the schedule there to complete that, working with our existing process.
A follow-up question, if I may?
You're on.
Thank
Yes.
you. Right. That seems to accomplish that goal at some point. But I remember maybe it was a year ago at least. This was initially brought up by council in anticipation of options out there for our other partner next door. And I just wondered, is this something that could be fast-tracked or moved forward? And if it would be, would it look like some of the housing? Well, no, we updated the housing, but would it look like any other kind of LCP amendment that we might have made recently without waiting for the entire GP LCP update?
Well, I don't think we'd wait for the entire GCP LCP update, but there has to be some general plan policies that inform this decision. Right now, we don't have anything. In fact, our general plan is contrary to this. That is our wastewater treatment plant site. So I think we have to have the general plan LCP policies at least somewhat vetted publicly before we move forward. So we wouldn't wait till the very end before we started this process. There's some practicalities involved in it too. We're probably not going to shove a plug in their Cayucas force main and spill sewage in the streets if they're not ready to go. I mean, from a practical standpoint, I don't think is not going to happen. But we're going to encourage them to either, if they're building their own facility, to get on it, or if they're coming with us, they need to tell us that. But there would be no expansions and no major modifications allowed of that existing facility with this general, what I anticipate with this planning. I forgot the lingo. I've only been Public Works Director for a few weeks here, and I can't even speak planning anymore.
If you look at point J, commit to decommissioning of the existing plant as soon as practicable. That has a timeline on it, as soon as practicable. You'll notice that M doesn't. And M might be sort of the coup de grace that says forever and a day there will not be any wastewater treatment plant at that site. But we do, as I noted, we do need to start playing defense. Your staff has been focused for the last 10 days or 12 days on offense and figuring out, well, we need to keep moving forward. But I think that M would be the sort of the cherry on the cake. But the cake's going to get baked in the next 12 to 18 months, 24 months, hopefully sooner than that. With the various regulating agencies. So as I noted, I intend to begin communicating with them as soon as I get your direction. I think your direction is going to be very clear, and that is we don't want the existing plant to continue operation past the time when the new plant is ready to begin operation. But I would not be comfortable necessarily placing a date on M that says do it in 6 months, do it in 12 months. I think there's going to be other actions that really set the stage to that, and that the general plan will guide us to the right time to do the local coastal amendment.
Okay, but if we needed to do it, let's just say we needed to do it outside of the general plan, LCP current schedule, we could do so.
Mm-hmm.
And that would take about 6 months. Is that what I heard? No, way longer, a year,
I was
year and a
making
half?
things up.
Well, that's why I'm following up again. Sorry, one more.
Maybe somewhere greater than 6 months, maybe somewhere less than a year.
Okay.
If I had to guess right now.
Based on past amendments we've
Yes.
made.
This is a little bit more complicated than
Yes.
some of the other amendments that we've done.
Yes.
But we would engage outside consulting services to help us do this. We wouldn't be totally reliant on the workload of our existing planning staff to process this either.
Okay, and just to confirm, this was one that was, this addition was, M was given to us by our WRF CAC Citizens Committee, right?
That's correct. They gave us the work proactively with regulatory agencies and what was prepare a local coastal plan amendment, and then modifications to the determined rates for the CSD so that they're tied to project milestones. So as we are expending money, there's going to be a higher buy-in cost for outside customers to buy in to the project if we've already upfronted the money.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Questions, John? Matt, Christine, John, Noah, all end at last?
Yes.
We'll open up for public comment.
Thank you. Thank you for the excellent presentation, overview of a long, tedious process. Not the overview, but the process that we've gone on with so far. A few questions for you, if I might. One, Rob, what exactly is the relationship currently with Cayucas regarding our existing wastewater treatment facility in terms of their ownership? Are they part owners of the operation, infrastructure, buildings, etc., or land as well?
The existing agreement with the Cayucas Sanitary District outlines that, and I believe it's generally 60% ownership for Morro Bay on land, 40% for Cayucas. Some of the other components aren't owned at the same percentages, as that, but that's defined in the JPA, and I don't have that document with me, but they don't own Bruce. We own Bruce. So we run the facility. The Morro Bay Public Works Department runs the facility. We charge them a cost to run that facility. It's not a joint agency giving direction on how the plant runs. The city of Morro Bay runs the facility. They are ownership of tangible items.
It may be a legal question for our esteemed legal counsel. And it's this: if the WWTF here currently were decommissioned and the JPA dissolved, would there be an opportunity for Cayucas to participate in a redevelopment of an ownership piece of the property?
Yes, they're an owner of the property, yes.
Okay.
And in fact, being an owner, some of the determination as to reuse of the property is also something that they have 40% share of. And their maintenance, there actually is a process. I think through the years, the process that's been used is the parties get together and maintenance is just being done cooperatively. If there is a disagreement on how things are maintained or how they should be maintained, there's actually a process to deal with that in the current agreement. So there's, as we start, I don't have as much concern about the decommissioning, because that's something that is just going to have to happen. As we start discussing further beyond decommissioning, but actual reuse and
Right.
how we're going to be maintaining what's currently there, it's not just a decision that we can make on our own.
Okay. And it may be something that one has to look up, but is it a specified piece of the property, or is it just basically a general ownership piece that, okay.
Right.
Okay, got it, thank you. And are there any absolute levers that exist for the majority partner in terms of ownership in divesting themselves of the property? Or is that also subject to an equal vote, 50-50? In other words,
I'm going to say my word, what I think I heard you say.
okay,
Can Morro Bay give away its 60% to CSD or vice versa?
let me rephrase it. If Morro Bay owns 60% and CSD owns 40, and we decide that we want to sell our portion of the property, is it a 50-50 determination or vote, or is it 60-40? Or in other words, are there any levers that the minority partner might have to preclude us from reusing that property and developing it?
Neither party could sell its interest without some discussion and cooperation from the other party. I don't see you, practically speaking, I don't see a person wanting to buy your 60% if the 40% said no. So legally,
totally understand.
legally, structurally, you may be able to do it. I just don't see practically how that would happen.
Okay. Does, let's see, Rob, you spoke about the sizing and scalability of the project itself, and it could be scalable. And then you talked about rates at the end. In terms of sunk costs, if you thought about a scaled down facility, what do you think the sunk cost would be? And is that rate calculation based upon, and I could go backwards and figure that out, if I knew your amortization rate and period, but
So as part of the alternative sites analysis, we have a cost for a Morro Bay only facility at $67 million versus a joint facility at $74 million. So we have that cost. And we have a average, what the average rate increase, I think Dave went over this in one of his slides.
I got that.
Was that if we had to use all the contingencies and it cost as much as we project with the contingencies, and we used all the $10 million, I won't call it a buffer, it's planning on future capital projects, we used all of that and still needed increased rates, the average would probably increase about $7.75 a month.
where I was headed is, what's the minimum scalable facility we might be able to build and still operate to meet the capacity of Morro Bay only? That's it.
$67 million.
That's an absolute. That's a.
Well,
yeah.
based on where we are in the project and the level of cost estimating we're
Gotcha.
doing at this point.
Right. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. All right. I didn't see any mention in the recommendations for pursuing state funding through the loan program. Did I miss it? Maybe I did. Okay, where?
Perhaps we don't have it.
It's not in the resolution, I don't believe.
No, it's not.
It
I
is,
didn't
it
see
is
it.
in our, it's on our 128-line workflow. We need to do that, I forget, I believe it's starting the application this summer for SRF. So I would say that that point is presumed by your staff. We are planning to go that direction unless we find a better way to finance.
Okay, so I just wondered what, in looking at the report from WRF-CAC, they discussed with regard to funding, financing, cost analysis, et cetera, and what their recommendation was.
Yeah, so I think I'd say that there's a lot of great discussion in the WRF-CAC. We did not include every recommendation for the entire project in this resolution tonight. This is intended to keep us rolling, but there are other great discussions and recommendations that we want to take up, but we're not really, didn't have to be in a resolution.
Got it. Yeah, seems to me how you pay for it is important, and making sure that that is up front and there.
So let me be clear on the SRS process that will be starting sooner. That is not for the entire project. We would not go out for a loan for 64 or 67 or 74 million dollars at this point, because nobody would give it to us based on where we're at.
Right.
This is for planning and design money that would ultimately be rolled into that construction loan. So we're looking basically for some gap financing, because we don't have the cash in the bank to bring us all the way to when we get the SRF construction loan.
Okay, got it. The fatal flaws analysis is, am I reading this correctly, that the total cost for that, if I'm looking at the right piece here, there's so many different pieces I've been looking at, is somewhere around
$87,000.
$87,000?
Yes.
Okay, and was that, I'm sorry, was that an RFP that I missed, or something that was just already determined, or
so
who's doing it, and are these all the folks that are involved here that are involved with that fatal flaws analysis?
Yes. We selected these consultants based on our consultant selection policy, so they're below the threshold where we would go out to formal RFP.
And we did that after the January or February JPA meeting, in which both bodies said, move forward, go do fatal flaws now.
Yeah.
You all voted on that, and we went and did it.
Cool. Yeah, I was just trying to make that determination down. Okay. The process for having the large meeting is enticing to me, and so I know that will come probably in discussion, but are there a number of entities that are out there that you are aware of that you might invite, and how many might that entail?
So this industry type meeting, I guess, is what we would call it. There are many firms that do this design build work. They're the large engineering firms that they also own their own construction companies too, so they self-perform. There are joint ventures between engineering firms and construction companies. There are the more specialty, the Perkish type facilities. So we would establish that list of perhaps those type of entities. And I think we need to be fairly far along in the facilities master plan process before we make these invitations to go out. We're not I don't think it'd behoove anybody to
I just
have
asked how many potentially, and
I don't know I don't have a number for the exact number that would come to that.
8 to 10, 3. Okay. Last question. Is there anything that myself as a councilman could do at the legislative level to assist at this point in time as we move forward? If we move forward.
Can I take a stab at that?
Amend slightly this resolution if you'd like, pass it, and let us get a project manager on board.
Gotcha.
So that Rob can keep running public works in the city, and I've got a project manager to build you a wastewater treatment plant.
You good, John?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. Noah?
Yeah, thank you. Just want to follow up on a couple of questions about the facilities master plan, the process there. We've talked about technology being a key part of the decision within the facilities master plan process. I also am seeing that at this point it sounds like we're describing a design build process and labeling it that. But the way I understand the delivery model decision has not yet been made, and there will be a point where we will look more closely at different alternatives there. Am I correct on that?
I think unless we're willing to extend the time frame, we have very limited options to deliver this project. Design build, there's not enough time to construct it in the given time frame. So we would need to go to some alternative delivery model. There may be a couple that we can avail ourselves of, but design build, one that Joe doesn't particularly like, construction management at risk. But there's other alternative delivery methods besides. They're all in the design build realm, just different nuances of that. And we can bring that decision back. But I don't believe, in my professional opinion, this is enough time to go through the design bid build process and without modifications to the time frame.
Okay, I bring that up because I don't want to just skip that decision point and just kind of roll through that. We need to have a conversation about that. I'm attracted to the design build process from what I've seen it being implemented in other communities. Most recently, I think the city of Sacramento was able to successfully develop a major project that way and received a lot of benefit out of it. And the timing is important to us, and I think there's creative opportunities for the design firm to work with the construction firm, a lot of benefits. So I'm in favor of it, but I don't want to just roll past that very important decision point. So, and I think the community deserves a chance to see it laid out for them to have that discussion amongst themselves as well. Another item with this as we look forward, we're keeping the door open for facilities master planning. What I'm hopeful is that we get to a point where the Cayucos community gets really engaged in their decision and their analysis, and we're somewhat close to an apples to apples. We worked really hard on that for the CMC and Rancho Colina. Do you see an opportunity for us to get there? And how much effort should we put into trying to encourage that apples to apples comparison so that Cayucos doesn't come up with numbers that are not transferable to be comparable with ours? I think by default it should get there, but our communication has been challenging, and ultimately I'd like to see a situation where the Cayucos community could look at our numbers, understand how we got there, and help make that decision for their future as well.
Ultimately, both communities will need to, including Cayucos, will need to engage the services of professional engineers that do this for a living. I think once they get to that point, the numbers that they presented so far at the community forums they held are I somehow met my walking goal sitting here, and it was buzzing on my wrist. So
You changed it from a W to a T. That was your talking goal.
I think there is opportunities to compare those. I think that's what Dave was trying to get me to say.
Good. Last one.
So actually, I would just state clearly that the Morro Bay construction numbers and rate numbers are as apples as you can get right now. I think you know that. I'm just stating that for the community. They cannot get any more refined at this point. What is totally unknown is whether Cayucos has an apple or a bad apple. But they're and so once they go down the process and find a site and go, figure out how much it'll cost them to build there, then they would be able to compare it up to ours. But our construction estimate and our rates are, the rates for Cayucos are known right now. If they were to walk in the door and say, we want to buy in as customers, their rates are known for the facility that we've been talking about.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we're making every effort possible so that the community of Cayucos is aware of that and the information is clear to them, and it will get even clearer as we go forward, hopefully. I don't want to just assume that they're going to tag along and be a part of our process and understand where we're coming from on it. So I think it almost is a way of affirming the idea that we will continue to outreach to the Cayucos community and directly in many ways to the residents. I think that's going to be important. A couple quick last questions about amending the LCP and the future of Atascadero Road. We will share costs of decommissioning at some point, as currently written. Is that correct?
The way it's written, yes.
That's encouraging. Another item there is Cayucos is a stakeholder and part owner of the land, just as we are. But in a rezoning or a land use change, as we will be going through with the future of the site, they don't dictate to us what that could potentially be. In fact, Coastal Commission's already outlined what likely that could be applied, or what land use could be applied there. But Cayucos would be just as a resident who owns a property in an area that is going through a land use change would also have the opportunity to comment and be involved, but the decision does not lie with Cayucos about the future of that property necessarily. Is that right?
if we focus on it just totally as a land use entitlement kind of process, then I agree with you.
As we will during the general plan, local coastal plan update.
I'm hesitating only because I don't want to say things in public that someone may hear that makes them have an idea. So,
or it goes too far down discussion point that really we still have to look more closely at with coastal and so forth.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah. That seems like something we're going to want to work really closely with Coastal Commission on, and they are very explicit about what they see as being the opportunities there and what they expect us to do down there. So our relationship with Coastal is very important. Last question is, we may have all received some inquiries from firms that either build or design or offer a component of technology for water treatment and so forth, wastewater treatment. At this point, I don't see a clear spot besides signing up on the Notify Me or Let Us Know, or the Notify Me for future RFPs or bids opportunities for the city. Is there a clear place that we could direct firms that contact us to go to so they're on a list? So say we do this open house, they're there, and we don't have to worry about, okay, I'm going to keep this categorized and later try to dig their information back up. Can we start to generate that so they're in the loop and will be notified?
There's a couple opportunities for with our existing website, and we'll probably be looking at the website, I know, in the future. But the bid posting page would be one opportunity for firms to sign up for. Another opportunity would be to sign up for getting information on the WRF-CAC item, so that they're always, anytime that we post anything to our website that deals with the WRF, that group gets notified. As far as a vendor of a particular product, it's way premature for them to be talking about selling the city a particular brand of membrane or blower. We're not even there yet. So the sales folks should continue to keep their eye on the project, and they'll, quite frankly, I'm assuming that they're in that business for a reason, and they know when these major projects take off, and nobody's going to lose an opportunity to sell a blower or a membrane.
So at this point, if I may, those vendors aren't going to be going through the city directly, whether it's a design build or a design build bid build. They're going to be going through the builder.
Yeah, working with the team.
So can we get on to some public comment?
Yeah.
No? Okay,
Yeah.
good. I'm going to forego my questions. I think we've all had some great questions out there, and I know this is important, but I'd like to open it up for public comment and get on to discussion. So if there's anybody who'd like to speak to this item, it's open, and please come forward. Welcome.
I'll try to keep it short. Bob Keller, Morro Bay. Okay. Anyway, I support the resolution number 2515 that we go on with this project. Can you pull up the recommendations by the Citizen Committee? Yeah. Number one, I solely support that. We wholly go alone with the project, and that we can be our own. We can be our owner, and they can be customers of us, Cayugas. Anyway, this way we'll be in control of our destiny, and partnerships are hard to work with anyway. We all know that. And having a 70%, 30% partnership has caused a lot of problems in the past. So I recommend that we go on this on our own, as it says on recommendation number 1. Thank you.
Anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion and direction and decision. Just wanted to, thanks Bruce and Mike and all you and all you guys for coming out. And I know you continue to come out for these meetings. I just want to say, hey, hello, thanks for coming out to all that. You guys, you're sticking with us. Wanted to make a couple of comments on the letter M of the resolution, prepare the local coastal plan. Had some discussion, Rob, with you, and I understand some of the questions about, hey, can we do this now versus will it roll into the general plan LCP update? My questions and concerns are, as we, with many of our goals and priorities that we have, if we start singling out one, does it push out others? And if it can roll into our general plan LCP update, appropriately so and timely so, I'd be in favor of continuing down that process and not getting too distracted by just focusing on doing a line item LCP amendment. Those are my comments on M. And then on J and K, I have some comments on wording there, and J is committed to decommissioning the existing wastewater treatment plant as soon as practical. I would add, with support from council, commit to working cooperatively with the CSD in decommissioning of the existing wastewater treatment plant as soon as practical. We have a partner in there, and those are my adds for that. The same goes for K. We commit to maximizing costs with the existing wastewater treatment plant. I would request to add the same language in there, commit to working cooperatively with the CSD in maximizing the cost savings and minimizing the spending in the existing wastewater treatment plant to the level needed to meet the permit compliance. Those are my comments and additional language for the resolution. And then on additional comments, as I let me give me a second here as I go through. I'll leave it at that, and then appreciated all the questions and conversations that went on as far as where we're going, and basically I think at this point it's really focusing on the direction in which we need to move forward. I understand, we still do have a partner at the existing wastewater treatment plant, which we will continue to maintain. Obviously, we have for years and will continue to do so. I believe that Cayucas really is focused on their own plant, and they don't go through the same process as we do. Bidding, facilities master plans, technology, they're going to do a package plan. If they feel they may get it done in 3 years, they may. And then in 3 years, we will, if we're still on a 5-year plan, there's 2 years of costs that we won't be sharing in the existing wastewater treatment plant, if you understand. So those are just things as far as planning costs. I mean, we're trying to figure out whether or not we have a partner here and to move forward in the existing WRF, and there again, if they're not partners, and in 3 years they do achieve a new water reclamation facility or wastewater treatment plant, then that means we're going to have two additional years without a paying partner in the existing wastewater treatment plant, which I think we need to be considering at some point. Those are my only comments there. I support the resolution with the amended changes. If there were some support from the rest of council, I do believe we need to move ahead. I would, I think Cayucas made it clear, and I think this resolution lays things out, and I'm ready to go. So those are my comments, and I'll look to my left for any additional closing comments or discussion. Matt?
No additional support.
Christine?
Sure. I think that there are a lot of unknowns about the process moving forward in Cayucas, and I think it's good that we stay in touch with it. I think there's a lot of they've got a lot of work ahead of them. We took 2 years to figure out where we were headed, and no doubt that they move a little bit differently as
absolutely
they run a sanitary district, which means collection system and garbage. And our process includes a lot more than that from a council perspective. So certainly the timing is different for a lot of reasons there, but moving ahead is certainly on my list to do. I am willing to keep the door open to Cayucas. I do appreciate that the Rancho Colina property owner still has continued interest in our project, and he's another person that we see frequently at these meetings. And if I've heard that presentation tonight several times, I think he had as well. I look forward to constructing a plant for the city of Morro Bay that has received initial support from key regulatory agencies. So we're moving forward with a plant that has received initial and early support from the Water Board and the Coastal Commission. I think we can look forward to continuing that relationship with them and supportive relationship on a project here in Morro Bay. I appreciate additional volunteer hours from our WRF-CAC members. They got together very short notice and had a meeting last week, and they are, many of them, experts in their respective fields who have worked in our own jurisdiction and in our own county, so I think they know well the recommendations they make. I think that it is time to move forward for the best interest of the city of Morro Bay, which is, for us, this council's first priority as elected from the city of Morro Bay. I'm confident that our data that we've gathered so far through the 2-year process, including data on rates, will help us make good decisions based on the facts to complete this large and challenging infrastructure project for us. I appreciate staff leadership on the project. I appreciate the leadership of my colleagues on the council, moving forward in a sense of spirit of teamwork that is important when you're moving forward with such a magnitude of a project. So I just wanted to share those things. I think it's important right now to take stock. It's been 2 years in, and we're looking to move forward. Wanted to make sure I recognized some of those items. And then I stand by the council's resolution that we approved on April 30th at the JPA meeting, and I support the resolution before us this evening. I will accept the mayor's 2 recommendations on J and K. Thank you.
Thanks, Christine. John?
I believe it's a pipe dream to believe, no pun intended, that there will be significant interest in actually dancing at any dance with Morro Bay with regard to Cayucas. However, I would support the continued possibility of a collaborative arrangement, as we noted in our last JPA meeting. I would like to see 2 items added to the resolution to support it. One would be to have, in order to be transparent to the community, because I've been asked, and a number of us, I think, expressed this, or at least I heard one person express it, the open forum presentation from quote-unquote other entities that are builders as quickly as possible to gain inputs on building and costs associated with other models or other companies or other styles of delivery. And 2, I think we should ask legal counsel to determine, and I think the mayor brought up an excellent point, determine the issues behind the possible decommissioning of the plant and a desire by the other partner to continue with the use of the plant, and what levers and or options we have. So I'll call it an options analysis, please. Those 2 items would be helpful for me in order to support it. And I do think we should move forward with those 2 items added.
Mr. Mayor, may I just ask, the second item, are you asking you'd like to have the a motion to direct that, or you want to put that in the resolution?
I was going to suggest, if I may.
You may.
Add it as far as direction. And with your input, I don't know if that was what you were suggesting, but it seemed like it'd be cleaner to continue with the resolution and add and come back with a second
I'd be
motion.
Fine with it.
Okay, that'd be great.
Fine with that.
Okay, I'm writing my notes. Great.
But I'm still learning,
No,
so
it's
thank you.
Good. Thank you.
What about the first recommendation that Mr. Heading had?
Open forum presentation.
Where would you see that going?
That would go under direction.
Okay, so not in the resolution. Okay,
Right.
both of them. Okay, just confirming they're both that way. I can
Thanks.
see it too.
Define, if you would, for me, direction and timeline. I like to see that happen as soon as possible, I guess is what.
Okay. Noah?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to follow up on the whole discussion about delivery model and design build. We will be having communications now through the WRF-CAC and also at council meetings rather than at the JPA, which I think is going to really help keep this project moved along. I'm assuming at least once a month we'll get an update, as we have been, but it'll probably be more of a working item rather than just a consent in most cases. My thought, or looking for staff's thoughts on how to start to lay out the design build option and get a bit of a communication going with ourselves and the public about that.
So we've worked with our legal counsel and various consultants to discuss the design build options and come up with what is the realm of possibilities, and perhaps we could reformat that into a staff report to bring forward to council for their review and decision on direction on either to move forward with design build or to relook at the timeline for some other delivery method.
Okay. Okay, thanks. I'd make a motion that we approve and adopt Resolution 2515 with the added amendments as stated to letters J and K, and that is commit to working cooperatively with the CSD in decommissioning on J, and then in K is also commit to working cooperatively with the CSD in maximizing cost savings. Is that clear? Okay, so I would, that's my motion. We have a motion by Jamie, second by Christine, which is, so we have a motion and a second. Discussion, any discussion? I just want to say thanks for staff and everybody working on this, and also the Wolf Pack and their special meeting and their recommendations. Just want to give out a shout there. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0. Let's get back to some direction comments here. So, John, you wanted to ensure that we get to this open forum presentation of builders as soon as possible, and then with legal counsel, some sort of legal options analysis on the current wastewater treatment plant. Can you elaborate a little bit more?
I'll elaborate. If Morro Bay is ready to move forward with its project and occupy a plant, and Cayucas is not and wants to continue to operate the other plant, what are our options in either not allowing that to happen or allowing that to happen?
And then the open forum presentation was the other
identifying potential players and scheduling that and getting notice out to the community as soon as possible to have that educational forum.
I think there's consensus for support. Do we necessarily need a motion for that?
My only concern is with as soon as possible. I think Rob said that should come a little bit later in the facility master plan process. That's what I heard Rob say. When
how about fitting it into the appropriate schedule as deemed necessary by staff?
So let me just outline a thought here. I won't talk too much. We just got these proposals in. These are proposals. They're not scope of work. How about if we work with the consultant teams to include what we envision that into their scope of work, and then bring that, council will be approving the final contracts with these consultants. So that would be identified in the time schedule of the FMP and to be included in their scope of work when it would be appropriate to schedule that forum.
I just don't understand, is it because of workload that you have right now that it's not possible to just get it done as soon as possible?
I'm not sure what we would end up with if we did it right now. If we sent an invitation to Veolia, PERC, Black & Veatch, CDM Smith, the variety of construction companies, they're going to ask, what do you want to do?
Okay. Okay.
We don't quite know that yet. So I think we have to have a better idea of rein in those options a little bit more, and then have this industry forum.
Yeah, okay. I guess all I was thinking is what would be the scope of work overall that they might offer in terms of actually building a WWT, F, and WRF.
Yeah, and there'll be another opportunity for them to give us their input when they actually bid on a project.
Because we have a great cast of listeners, even at this point in the meeting, Rob just said rein in those options. I'm not sure. That should not be taken as if staff is going to, or master planner is going to say no to certain technologies or options or anything. Perhaps better identify the scope of the project. So we don't intend to circumscribe anybody in or out, but to have a better definition of what this project looks like, so that somebody would know what to come and present at a builders forum.
Yeah, and I think we have to define that, because most of the wastewater treatment plant design build firms will build what you want them to build. They will bid on a project that you tell them that you want them to build.
Yeah, and you'll have to come up with, if I may, you have to come up with almost 30% drawings for them to give them, so they can give you their design build proposal.
So,
yes. And so part of having it included in the FMP process, what you want to do makes sense, because early on in that process, having someone come in and giving suggestions could result in what that 30% plan is going to look like.
Totally understand, Joe. Thank you.
Great.
I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. So I think, are we all good there? Okay, good. And as far as the legal options, pretty good on that? Okay, good. And without any other discussion, I think that concludes C1. Thanks for everybody's participation. Great discussion. Thanks again for
just to
staff.
confirm, design, build, review of project delivery, that's coming back, a future agenda item.
Design, build, future agenda item. Was that something your discussion?
Yeah, basically a project delivery review.
And I think that's folded into the schedule in which we just discussed. Yeah. Yeah.
Very good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I think you just talked about what we were going to suggest.
I think we're good. Let's move on to item C2. Pardon me, guys. C2 is adoption of ordinance number 592, amending subsection 14.08.090 of the Morro Municipal Code relating to the sale and use of fireworks. Chief Christie.
Good
Thank you,
evening, Mayor Irons and Council. So this is coming back to you for adoption, and staff's recommending that you adopt after reading only the title and waiving further reading at this time. And again, this ordinance would amend our current use and sales of fireworks ordinance to increase the fine to $1,000 and provide a provision wherein police officers can issue for the first offense.
Great, thanks for that staff report and recommendation. Are there any questions from council? This is a second reading, and it was unanimously supported in our previous meeting. I'd open up for public comment for those who'd like to speak to this item. Seeing none, I'll close public item. And at this point, we can make a motion to adopt the ordinance number 592, amending subsection 14.08.090 of the Morro Bay Municipal Code relating to the sale and use of fireworks without and waiving further reading. That is the motion. Do I have a second? We have a second by Matt. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you. And then item C3 is adoption of ordinance number 593, adding chapter 9.34 to the Morro Bay Municipal Code, banning the possession of certain intoxicating compounds known as synthetic drugs. Chief Christie.
Hello again. And this is similar to the last item. This is ordinance number 593, which you passed on April 28th, and of all vote yes. And this, again, staff is recommending that you adopt this ordinance after reading only the title and waiving further reading. And this particular ordinance, again, will prohibit the use and sales of spice and bath salts known as synthetic drugs in our community. And I'm very grateful that council took the time to consider this and has allowed staff to bring this to you for consideration.
Great. Thanks, Chief Christie. And once again, second reading of this particular ordinance. Without any questions from council, I'll open it up for public comment. Seeing none for public comment, I'll close public comment, bring it back to council for a motion, and that would be to adoption of ordinance number 593, adding chapter 9.34 to the Morro Bay Municipal Code, banning the possession of certain intoxicating compounds known as synthetic drugs, and waiving any further reading of this title.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Motion by John, second by Christine. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Great, thank you. And then item D1. Item D1 is discuss advisory board joint meetings, recognition event for advisory board members. This was my report. It was an item I wanted to bring forward. Basically, as all of council knows, we have some great members that volunteer their time on all our advisory boards. Specifically, we can break this up into a couple of discussions, but primarily it was basically a recognition event for our advisory bodies. And I know there were some that were listed here, and there may be, there was a Citizens Bike Committee that would probably be extended to that invitation, but I'm sure all that would be captured if it wasn't captured in this particular report. So real briefly, I would like to, with council support, have us pursue some sort of recognition event for our advisory board members. And the motion would be to direct staff to organize a recognition event. And that concludes my report. Are there any questions? Christine?
So just based on bringing this report forward, and I appreciate you doing it, I definitely support a recognition event of some sort, and something that is simple yet annual and tells people that we do appreciate their service. And the timing of it, would it be right after we reappoint people in January? Being mindful of when. But my question really is, what about the joint meetings? May I ask you a question about that now, or you just want to stick to the recognition?
Do you want to go through the recognition event first? We can kind of summarize that and then come back to the joint meetings.
Okay.
Might be
so
helpful.
My question was timing. How often and what month? Considering when we do, although sometimes we appoint people midstream, but normally it's January. So what were your ideas about timing?
So basically, we do have consensus to have the recognition event?
Yeah, from me, yes. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I think we do. And then the timing is very important, and that's great discussion. So, and I would look for, staff help on, identifying what they feel, good timing would be as well. We can open the door on that, but, if there are any comments that you might have, you think that there'd be a good start, whether it's the beginning of the year, mid-year, or towards the end of the year, holiday season. So those are, obviously, it's open.
Well, I think you could just have a fun activity, where you do something in a park, or you could choose to do something a little more formal where you have a speaker, not an expensive Tony Robbins type thing, but just, some kind of a program. But I guess I would just be mindful of the timing, because people need to get reappointed, and then sometimes people do leave, and, but I trust that if we're going to send this to staff, that those things would be considered. If that's where
so
this
much
is going.
so they're already in the FY16 budget.
Okay, then that's all.
And just for the record, that whole event is going to have to be a Brown Act noticed event.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I understand.
Makes it even more fun.
Question?
Okay, Matt, you good? John?
I'm just wondering, specifically, I think, number one, a great idea. Thank you for doing
Yeah.
that. There's nothing like encouragement and recognition. But two, specifically, were you thinking of a kind of event, or was that going to be left up to staff as to what we were going? Are you talking about food? Are we talking about entertainment? Are we talking about a band?
I think no. I thought it would be quite simple. I put in here $800 to $1,500. I think that's kind of a reasonable latitude. I just kind of counted things up and how much per person. Just kind of simple hors d'oeuvre. Not a sit-down dinner by any means at that point.
Good.
But I'm looking at staff and I see a hand being waved. So if there's some other input on that.
So I've been involved with these a bunch of times. I've seen a nice lunch.
Absolutely.
Where there could be a light lunch, presentations. We could do that. I forget exactly how much we've budgeted, but we've budgeted for this year. Or it could be more of a hors d'oeuvre sort of event, but and location can be determined also. It could be in everybody's favorite room, this one, or on the sand spit with ferry rides from Harbor Patrol. But I'm confident that we can figure out something that is appropriate to demonstrate our appreciation for that and still be well within the front page test of using public money to say thank you to a whole lot of volunteers who aren't getting paid anything.
Just a small comment. I'm sorry to take up time, but I've been on a number of not-for-profit boards, et cetera, and part of the recognition is a very nice, not necessarily a certificate, but a very nice piece that is etched that recognizes you. Are you thinking of something to that extent, or just possibly a thank you verbally?
I guess my initial conversation here was just to have the conversation amongst the council. It wasn't, if that had to grow amongst council and to have that kind of recognition, it's open for discussion. I think everybody's mindful of the expense, but I think overall the recognition and camaraderie of what our volunteers and what our community is about, I think is the most key. No?
I would agree with what you just said and be cautious about investing money in dust collectors. But I do think a working part of the meeting that would be appreciated by all would be a component where each board is given just a couple minutes to just introduce themselves and talk about maybe some of the bigger projects that they've been informing us on, and basically say hi to each other, because so often one of the bodies is sitting up here and everyone else is in a different room. So that I think would be a helpful component.
And I think we've got someone that can help us deliver all that. Okay, so it seems like we're supportive of this. I think just the general discussion here. I'm looking to Dave. Are we captured on all that? Any other discussion? No motion necessarily. We're all in consensus. We're good. Okay, good. And then moving on to joint meetings. I'll look to my left one more time. I think Christine, you wanted to kick us off on some of the comments for that.
Just curious. Right now, we hold a joint meeting twice a year with the Planning Commission and no one else.
Mm-hmm.
So a little, just from your perspective on starting those Planning Commission joint sessions, what's the background on that?
I think in our advisory body handbook, it says we should be holding 2 with the Planning Commission. And if we get into a joint meeting with all our advisory boards, that's quite a bit of time. I put that as a discussion point, but I also put in my notes that joint meetings as needed or as requested. And then the other part I put in my notes was in our advisory board policies and procedures, the chair of our advisory boards are supposed to report to council on I think a quarterly or annual basis. And, we haven't, I don't know if any council, well, maybe some of the councils have done that, but, how we go about a joint meeting, I think it'd be beneficial maybe for a particular project to have a joint meeting, but I think to organize joint meetings with all the advisory boards would be a challenge to get through all of them, and I would suspect there would be agreement with staff to do all that. But, I just want to recognize that and just at least have the discussion.
Okay, I would agree. It'd be a bit of a monster.
Okay.
And, really, realistically, each one of us does, we report out too from our liaison positions, so that helps as well. But, it might be nice sometimes, though, to invite the chairs to come if the issues aren't, we do see some because of the nature of things, but maybe we could, I would be open to having maybe a schedule where once a year they might come to council and say, hey, I'm the chair and this is what we're dealing with. That would be nice, perhaps, if you thought so or we all thought so. I could see that being something that could kind of keep us connected.
Yeah, we've had joint meetings, obviously, with the Planning Commission over the plan for the plan. Certainly there's opportunities, could be with the Harbor Advisory Board and the boat haul-out facility at some point, as an example. Obviously those things come up. So I think just maybe having this discussion will prompt us to consider, hey, let's do that. So maybe more than anything, the joint meeting as part of this report was just general discussion for us, understanding that to actually have a joint meeting with every single advisory board would be a challenge for them and for us and staff, definitely. So any other comments or questions?
I agree with the monster comment at the end there. And but at times there may be an invite that we make because there's an important issue going on. So I would just leave it to that as an ad hoc invite.
Yep, absolutely.
And or request.
Yep, absolutely. Okay. So I think information-wise, direction-wise, looking for a nod. We're pretty good on the recognition event. I will open up for public comment. We do have a couple people here. Anybody for public comment? We've got thank yous, but no. Okay, so we did the procedure part of this. Close public comment, bring it back. There's no motion necessarily required for this, so we'll conclude item D1. And with that, that moves us on to council declaration of future agenda items. Any future agenda items? 10:36. Anybody? Well, great. With that, we will just meeting adjourned. Thanks very much. Good job, everybody.